Yeah, you see get oriented.
Go ahead and let the call closed session to order. A roll call. Oh, I'm sorry, at 5:02. I'll get there. I promise.
Roll call, Councilmember Knight. Councilmember Roscoe.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem White.
Here.
Mayor Lotta.
Here.
So we're going to go into closed session pursuant to items A, B, C, D, and E.
Okay.
Hello, neighbor.
Okay. Do we have any approvals or adjustments to the agenda for closed session? No. Okay. Go ahead and adjourn to closed session at 5:03. Call this session to order at 6:12. We need to report out of closed session this time?
Yes. The council met in closed session. Item A was conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1. Western Riverside Council of Governments versus City of Beaumont, case number RIC 536164, and there was no reportable action taken. Item B, conference with legal counsel pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2 regarding anticipated litigation, one potential case involving possible CEQA claim by the City of Calamasa against the City of Beaumont involving the Sunny Cal project, consideration and potential action on proposed settlement agreement. Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Lloyd White indicated that he lived 503 feet from the project, which would not be a legal conflict, but to avoid the appearance of impropriety, recused himself from the discussion. However, there was no reportable action taken on that item. Item C was conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. City designated representative, interim city manager Elizabeth Gibbs, or her designee Carrie Mendoza, attended that closed session. And the units are the Beaumont managers, police officers association, police sergeants, professional technical, police safety support services, general unit SEIU local 721, customer service coordinators SEIU local 721. There was no reportable action taken on that item. Item D has been moved to the end of the meeting, and the public is entitled to remain for that item and for the report out after that closed session at the end of the meeting. And that item was personnel matters, evaluation of city manager. Item E, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2, one potential case, possible action to deny, approve, or settle claims submitted by Farmers Insurance. There was no reportable action taken on that item, and that's the report from closed session.
Thank you. Go ahead and take roll call.
Point of order, excuse me. I need to report on closed session real quick.
Okay.
Thank you. If you'll let the record show, I was here during closed session, all of it. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. With that, we'll go ahead and take roll call.
Roll call, Councilmember Knight.
I'm here.
Councilmember Roscoe.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem White.
Here.
Mayor Lotta.
Here. No need to take action on absences. You'll stand for Pledge of Allegiance, please. Mr. White, would you do the honor, please?
Sure. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Do you have any other invocation?
Yes.
We do. All right.
Please, John.
You can join me in prayer.
Our holy and gracious Heavenly Father, we come before you this evening praising you for your infinite goodness. Lord, you are worthy of infinite praise, Lord. Father, we thank you for all the blessings that you have given to us. One of those is to live in the city that we live in. Lord, thank you for the city of Beaumont. Lord, we pray that the proceedings tonight would be guided by you. Lord, I pray that you would give wisdom to the council as they make decisions and weigh the interests and points of views of everybody present. Lord, we thank you also for all of the citizens who are here taking part in the governance of our community. And Father, we thank you again for just all that you have provided for us and giving us a great place to live. So we entrust this time to you. May your will be done. We pray this in your name. Amen.
Amen.
Sir, could you introduce yourself to council?
I'm sorry.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. My name is Rob Peterson. I'm a Beaumont Police Chaplain and pastor at Venture Church.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Pinckney, I thought that before at the beginning there was a place for recusals. Do I need to do that? I didn't see that on here.
It's after, yeah,
So-
there's
so
conflict
I-
of interest disclosure.
So I do need to recuse myself from that other item 4D?
Right. That would be the amendment to the tolling agreement.
Right.
And there's no adjustments to the agenda.
Adjustments to the agenda. Conflict of interest already covered. Announcements and recognitions. We have a recognition of Cole Vocational Services.
Yes. Commander Fagan's going to introduce them.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
So when I got back from the FBI Academy, they had a great program out there where Goodwill hired service workers to maintain our facilities while we were there. So I sought an opportunity to look for a program like that for our community. So I reached out to Lynette Matthews, who works for Cole Vocational Services, and they provided us 4 workers, 3 of which are here tonight. We have Anna, we have Caleb, and Pearl. And they've been servicing and maintaining our offices for the last almost 2 months now and doing a phenomenal job. And they're also taking care of transit. So we just wanted to recognize them, let them know what a great job they're doing, and introduce you to them.
Thank you very much, Commander. Next.
Mayor, we have the Date Festival Queen that would like to speak to you briefly. She happens to be a Beaumont High graduate?
Yeah.
A senior.
Senior.
Okay, I knew she was close.
Good evening, and I'd like to thank you all for having us here tonight and for also joining us here tonight. My name is Tyler Kelleher, and I'm your Queen Scheherazade of 2016. I'm a senior at Beaumont High School, and I'm also top in my class. I'm also a part of Link Crew, Best Buddies, and also class representative. Outside of school, I work at our local Stater Brothers Market here in town, and I'm also attending Mount San Jacinto Community College, where I've been working towards an associate's degree in political science. After I graduate, I hope to return my associate's degree that I will be graduating with into a double major of political science and history before attending law school. I'd like to hand it over to Vanessa.
Hello everyone, my name is Vanessa Gaitan and I am currently a senior at Desert Mirage High School all the way in Thermal, California. I am currently a senior and I participate in the Varsity Cheer Squad, Theater Department, Students Against Destructive Decisions Club, and National Honor Society while maintaining a 4.47 GPA and being ranked first in my class. On top of that, I volunteer at my church and at a pregnancy center. And in the fall, I aspire to go to UCLA where I will major in biochemistry so that way I may pursue a career in research, specifically cancer treatments. Now I'll pass it over to Selena.
Hi, my name is Selena Andrews, and I'm a senior at Indio High School in Indio. I'm involved in my school's honors theater program, and I'm also the secretary of the theater club. I'm also in choir, where I'm the vice president, and I've been on my school's varsity tennis team for the past 2 years. After high school, I want to attend a Cal State college and major in music with a focus in vocal performance, and I also want to minor in political science so I can do work as a human rights activist. Now, here's Tyler.
Okay, so now that you know a little about me and my court, we're going to tell you about our fair for this upcoming year, starting with our special days we have. Starting with February 12th, which is opening day. We have free admission from 10 a.m. till noon. Followed by our Tuesday, we have Canada Day, free admission for all Canadian residents. We have Wasteful Resource Wednesday. Bring any waste resource and you will also receive free admissions. Thursday is O'Reilly Parts Day. Visit your local O'Reilly Parts for more information on that one. Tuesday through Thursday, we have free admission for kids from 3 to close with the purchase of one adult ticket. Friday, Fantasy $5 Friday. Saturday, we have JFK Day, which is our 5K run day, and the first 500 to buy a ticket to the fair will receive a free pedometer. And most importantly, veterans are free to the fair, the entire fair, and also are admitted 3 guests.
So we have an exciting list of performers this year. On the 13th, we're going to have Ezequiel Peña, the mariachi and banda music star. On the 14th, Show Some Love to Trace Atkins. And then on February 19th, Morris Day and the Time. And then finally on the 20th, Get Ready to Get Funky with Casey and the Sunshine Band. Finally, we're going to end off all of our festivities at 3 o'clock on the last day with Banda Los Incomparables de Tijuana, Mariachi Alma de Jalisco, and Pedro Rivera, so don't miss out on all the fun.
And of course, with all these exciting things happening, you can't forget about the amazing food like the funnel cakes and the e-pals and the deep fried everything. And we have all of our rides like the zipper and the fireball and all the Ferris wheels. And we have camel rides and we have emu chasings and ostrich races and everything. So come check it out.
All right. Once again, we'd like to say thank you for having us here tonight. And a special little shout out to the city of Beaumont. Before we close it, do you guys have any questions concerning the fair?
I don't know. I think you know you're getting old when I get tired just listening to everything that you ladies are doing in a single day. So, and I'm sure you had the funnel cake probably after the camel races, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Definitely.
Thank you for making the trip out here, ladies. I really appreciate that.
Thank you. Hope to see you guys all at the fair.
Thank you. Congratulations, Tyler. Okay, that brings us to public comment. Any one person may address the City Council on any matter not on this agenda. If you wish to speak, please fill out a public comment form provided at the back table and give it to the City Clerk. City Clerk is located up front. There is a 3-minute limit on public comments. There will be no sharing or passing of time to another person. State law prohibits council from discussing or taking actions brought up by your comments. With that, we'll go to council reports. Councilmember Roscoe, would you like to start?
I'm starting? Okay. No.
Yeah, did we have any public?
I'm sorry.
We can forego it, that's okay.
Do we have any public speakers at this time?
Would you like to open it, Mayor?
Okay, I'll go ahead. With that, we'll open up public comment at 6:25.
First speaker, we have James Davis.
Sorry, I missed that.
Good evening. I've been a resident of Beaumont 30 years, and I think the homeless situation is getting to be quite a problem. If I made the mess or whatever, they would have me clean it up. I think it's getting to be a sanctuary city. The problem needs to be addressed. My attention was brought to a problem, and that was the middle of February, and it still hasn't been cleaned up. The Do It Best hardware store has put up a shade cloth to protect him and his customers from the mess that's there. I see no reason why the city of Beaumont cannot control the situation. Like I said, I've been here 30 years and it's quite a problem. I think it needs to be addressed, and the people I've talked to, they keep passing the buck. But I think it's time to stop passing the buck and do something. I've done weed abatement for the county and et cetera, and all these property owners, you have their name, address, and phone numbers in your files, and they can be contacted some way instead of putting blinders on. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment.
Next speaker, Judy Bingham.
Judy Bingham, 115 Minnesota. Mayor Lara, I'd just like to give a little report on the Beaumont bond requisitions to date. Over $200 million, or 65% of the Melrose CFD bond requisitions, have been released by the city. $36 million was paid to Beaumont city staff's private companies, and $113 million was used to pay developers mitigation fees. Beaumont's Melrose bonds are illegal for the following reasons. The city created a joint powers authority between the city and the redevelopment agency. As mentioned in the state controller's report, these three agencies are all the city. The city never had the financial stability or reserves to form a joint powers authority. City staff's private companies directly profited from the sale of each bond. The city has demonstrated gross negligence in record-keeping of the bonds. Melrose bond funds were used to pay developer mitigation fees, which is not allowed under Melrose laws. This practice makes the bonds private sector bonds, not tax-exempt bonds. Beaumont staff and council stole the money instead of building fire stations, roads, sewers, and a Title 22 compliant recycled water facility. Beaumont staff and council arrogantly and illegally charged an additional Melrose CFD services charge to property owners in 2016 to generate an additional $3.5 million. Citizens are not paying for the operation of the city government. Council neglected to budget for a finance department or city clerk department. The city provides no fire services, and the police force man-hours are wasted intimidating citizens at council meetings to keep us under control. I am requesting the State Attorney General and the Treasurer's Office step in, as Beaumont staff and council have proven they have no intention of stopping the illegal use of municipal bonds. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
No further speakers, Mayor.
Since we have no further speakers, we'll close public comment at 6:30. And that brings us to council reports. Councilmember Roscoe.
Nothing at this time.
Councilmember Knight.
Yes, sir. Some quick shares here. I was at the Riverside County Disaster Council. It was held at the City of Beaumont here. It was based on the active shooter incident in San Bernardino. And they're training, there are some new concepts and training coming out in relationship to what we've all been taught about active shooter. And so it would be nice if maybe we could have an update from our chief sometime. It was excellent. I just hadn't heard, it's something new and something I hadn't heard. And it pertains to all of us. I was at the Beaumont Library District. We had it was in partnership with Calvet. They have opened a resource services for our military people. It was attended, huge group. It's a new resource for our veterans. Everything there, docents, really, really good stuff. And the last thing is, I was appointed this last week by the chairman of Riverside Transit Agency to chair their Budget and Finance Committee, so I'm pretty excited about that. That's all. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Mayor Pro Tem White?
I have nothing to report.
Okay, just one quick comment regarding public comment. I will work to hold you to your 3 minutes. We really want to keep our council meetings to a reasonable time frame so that those folks who come get an opportunity to hear the agenda item that they've come to, whether it's one at the beginning or at the end of the meeting. So please don't take it personal. We're just going to try to move things along in these council meetings as best we can. Thank you very much. With that, we go to City Treasurer report.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. The City Treasurer Summary Report, did you get a copy of it? I didn't. Okay. Did you pass it on to Elizabeth? I apologize, I didn't get the document in on the deadline. I have copies at the back of the room, and I've passed out copies to council members. So for the public, it's at the back of the room, and it'll be put up on the city website afterwards. The city treasurer has done the biweekly warrant review with staff and then has signed that. There were no questions that were produced by council, so if you have any additional questions now, we could talk about it. Otherwise, I'll just go on with the report. Standing Financial Committee. The meeting has been set for January 25th at 6 p.m. in council chambers. A notification only of the date went out to the Financial Committee members with no dialogue back and forth. The agenda will go out by the end of this week so that we meet the announcement deadline for the Brown Act. Some of the items that are currently on the draft of the agenda I'd like to bring up to your attention, just in case there's anything that you would like to add, since it is the first committee meeting and since the Standing Financial Committee is really to serve the council. So the first meeting, the organization of the committee will be discussed with the chair and the vice chair. The meeting schedule and time, briefing on the Brown Act and meeting protocol will be done by the city attorney's office, and topics for the next meeting will be decided. I've already had some input from the city manager on the criticality of getting the financial guidelines that she has proposed for the city on the agenda as soon as possible. So if we can't, we'll put it as priority on the next meeting. Anything else? If there's anything else that, yes.
I had something to add. We appointed 6 members to the council, or to the committee, and 3 are supposed to be 2-year terms and 3 are supposed to be 1-year terms, right?
Yes, I believe so. I'd have to go back and look at what we finally adopted, but I believe that's true.
Yeah, so we need to go through that process that night of who's going to be the 1-year terms and the 2-year terms.
Yes.
Okay.
So do you want to, I'll put that on.
Part of organization, I would think.
I'll just make sure there's a note that we cover that.
Okay.
And the other thing that I was potentially going to add to that was to get an update from staff on where our financial audit is with VLF that is in process, but we probably need a check on that. Since this is kind of an outgrowth of the audit committee, I felt that it was time of year that we should probably understand where that process is. Okay, thank you very much for your input. Reporting. When I looked at the ordinance that was adopted in October of this year, I was reviewing our compliance with it, and it summarized what some of the reports should be coming from the Treasurer's Office. It does, of course, include the bi-weekly warrant list, which there's no issue with, but monthly, there's supposed to be a report to Council of all receipts, expenditures, and fund balances. Now, we've been in a very stressful situation where we've had very limited financial staff, and we've had our consultants working on some of this, but there still needs to be, in order to comply with code, a treasurer's report every month that includes at least a summary of this information. So staff has been doing the best that they can, but I'd really like to make sure that you know that I do feel that we need to step up on that compliance point, and that'll also be a good responsibility for us to make sure that we get to that, so that the public can see that we're really putting in monthly reports as part of our structure. So I wanted to bring that awareness up to you, and then I'll go ahead and work with staff as best I can and as best they can with the limited resources that they have. That's it. Any questions?
Questions?
Mayor, I do have a question for City Manager. Right now, are we in a position to provide that information digitally? In other words, is the budget expenses and revenues being kept up to date in digital format?
Yes, we have Microsoft Great Plains, and I believe one of the issues is we were out of licenses when the city treasurer was trying to access. So we did meet today. I did meet with staff today, and we are looking at other options to get the very expensive licensing. We have a workaround for it. We do have a weekly meeting with the city treasurer, the finance director, and myself, and we will be discussing going forward how we can get those monthly reports out in a timely manner. We still have not closed the books from 14-15, though, so some of the information...
I understand. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I do have a question.
Yes.
Where are we as far as getting rid of Union Bank that hasn't been serving us well? Are we moving there in that direction?
There has been a reach out to go to another bank, but I don't know where we're at particularly in the process.
Union Bank is the trustee for the bonds, and although we have expressed our deepest disappointment with them as our trustee, we have not issued an RFP for the new one. It's something that I believe council directed a while back, that the Standing Financial Committee should review those RFPs. We also would like to do an RFP for our local bank. Right now we have two different banks that we do business with. One has the payroll, the workers' comp. The other has the cash pool account, and we would like to do an RFP to get all of our cash in one bank, albeit they'll be separate accounts, though, because the workers' comp and the payroll needs to be separated. But that was something that we had talked about, I think, back in August or September, and it was assigned, my understanding, it was assigned to the Standing Financial Committee.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Good. Thank you.
Mayor, we have a speaker on this issue.
On
number 3, Treasury Report.
Okay. I'll go ahead and open public comment at 6:40.
Judy Bingham.
Judy Bingham, 115 Minnesota. Mayor Laura and council, your staff is not doing good enough. I think you should be aware of that. I have put in public records requests for November and December bank statements and also the general ledger. I don't have them. At the last meeting, I asked Nancy Carroll to give me the balances. I still don't have them. You know, for years, we had Robert Deming as our treasurer, Rebecca's husband. He was a ghost as a treasurer. This is unacceptable. We need treasurer's reports. We need to know how much money we have in the bank. This is not acceptable. It doesn't tell us how much money we have in the bank. It's very frustrating, and I hope those are up on the finance part of the Laserfish tomorrow, because I've been waiting since the last meeting. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Do you have any other comments?
No further speakers.
I'll go ahead and close public comment at 6:42. That brings us to action item number 4A, discussion and action to fill vacancy on the City Council by appointment.
Thank you, Mayor. For council and the public's benefit, I would like to remind everybody that normally this is a process that is handled by the city clerk's office. However, because Mr. Martinez submitted an application for the vacancy, I believe that I will kind of do the process with the mayor so that there's no conflict of interest, if that's okay. So it's my recommendation that the first thing we do, Mr. Mayor, is we take public comment.
Okay. So with that, we'll go ahead and open public comment at 6:43.
Do you want to call and run the clock also, or?
Ashley, can you do that so that, call the names and run the clock?
Yeah, we'll see.
Okay, so since the city clerk is a candidate, the clerk should step into the audience for this item instead of sitting up here.
To clarify, public comment outside of the candidates, is that correct?
Well, generally, we have a staff report first, and then we go, and this is for every item. Generally, we have a staff report, and then we hear from the public after the staff report. And then once the public comment is closed, then we turn it over to council for discussion and action. And that's what I thought we would do with this particular item.
Will the candidates, they will have 3 minutes after public comment is closed? I think that's what he's trying to...
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay.
That would be part of council's 30 minutes.
Okay.
The public comment is outside of the applicant.
Got it.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks, Mayor Pro Tem.
Would you like the speakers?
Yes, we'll go ahead and open public comment up at 6:44.
The first speaker is Mark Turner.
Good evening. I'm a Beaumont resident. I'm the CEO of our community hospital, San Gorgonio Memorial. I'm also the Beaumont Chamber of Commerce Board Chairman. I also serve as the chair of the board for the Boys and Girls Club of the San Gorgonio Pass. Both as a resident and as a business leader in this area, it's important that we have strong financial base for our businesses in this area, as well as for the city itself. This is all in my own personal interest as a resident of the area, but also for representing our local hospital, because a strong city governments in our case, and a strong industry and commerce in our area are beneficial to our hospital organization. I'm here to support and endorse and encourage you to select Sean Belinget. I've worked with Sean for several years on the Beaumont Chamber of Commerce board. He was the board chair when I joined. I'm now the current board chair. Sean is still one of our members of the Chamber of Commerce. He understands business and industry. He understands the importance of that for both our community's health and welfare, as well as the health and welfare of our city. I think he'd be a great addition to the City Council, and I would strongly encourage you to consider his candidacy. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Next speaker, Jim Walling.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Lara and council members. My name is Jim Walling. I reside at 1725 Scottsdale Road in Beaumont. I've been a Beaumont resident for 72 years. No, I wasn't born here. You do the math. And I've had the privilege of working with Sean Blingett on the Beaumont Chamber of Commerce Board of Directors and as past president for his term and my term both. And I'll tell you that you won't find a man that has more knowledge about the city of Beaumont. You can hardly name a challenge to the city of Beaumont that Sean doesn't have working knowledge of. And not beyond that, beyond his knowledge and his experience, he's a real team player. So I urge you to nominate him, name him as person to fill the seat that's vacant. And I guarantee you, take my word for it, you won't regret it. He's a great guy. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Next speaker, Wayne Hackney.
Wayne Hackney, 36215 Eagle Lane. Good evening, Mayor, members of the Beaumont Council. I'm here to support Sean Blingett for the open seat on the City Council. Mr. Blingett is a fourth generation of his family living in Beaumont. He is very dedicated and active to making Beaumont a better place by serving on the Beaumont Planning Commission, Beaumont Chamber of Commerce, Habitat for Humanity Board, and several committees for Beaumont Unified School District. You can get an idea of his love for Beaumont by his participating in these wide variety of activities. I had the honor of working with Sean when he was president of the Beaumont High School Athletic Booster Club and I was athletic director. While Sean was on the board, he served as president. I knew I didn't have to worry about any booster club. He was accountable for what needed to be accomplished, dependable to get volunteers or doing the work himself, and conscientious about getting the job done. When he was project manager of the construction Beaumont High School, I was on his committee. There was a notice, there I noticed how quick he was to think on his feet and how he listened to all members of the committee. We had to do various cutbacks on the project, and Sean would have an alternate idea or would do research to assist our decision. We all trusted what he had to say. His work ethic was of highest standards. Mr. Blingett was very responsible and respected as a project manager, and he will be just as responsible in making good decisions for the city of Beaumont. Mr. Blingett is well respected in Beaumont and asset to our community. His heart is truly for the citizens and what they need. You might consider him old Beaumont, but my thought is you need someone that does understand the culture and ambiance of the town, plus the people, where he has many, many friends, work associates, colleagues, and classmates. You need someone who has no agenda in wanting this council seat. He's grounded in doing the best for the city and has a pulse on what is happening. Sean is a sensible, intelligent, mature, reliable young man who was kept apprised of current Beaumont issues through released information and could quickly be brought up to speed to make the worthiest decisions to keep Beaumont a superior place to live. As you can say, because of Sean's background with various Beaumont community and school involvements, he is a high-quality, high-morals person. I hope you will sincerely look at Mr. Blingett as a colleague of yours on the Beaumont City Council. I know he would do an outstanding job in making excellent, unbiased decisions for our fantastic town of Beaumont. And with that, I thank you, council members, for allowing me this opportunity to speak on Mr. Blingett's behalf.
Thank you for your comments.
You bet.
Next speaker, David Weiner.
Good evening, Mayor Lara and council members. You have in front of you a very important decision. I think we all realize that. I would encourage you to continue the fair and transparent process that you guys have begun to implement in the city. And the city's come a long way. It's a little, I'd like to see it continue in the direction and not change its path now. I believe that there's a need for unity and continuity when you're selecting a candidate to fill the vacant seat of Councilman Fox. I recommend that you would support Julio Martinez. I think he's the obvious choice for City Council and for the community. My interactions with Julio at City Hall have proven to me, and I think to the public and citizens, residents of Beaumont, that he is by far the best applicant to fill the seat for this 9-10 month period until November. I think he's earned your respect and your confidence as a city clerk. Back in February, he was appointed by a 5-0 vote as city clerk. I think he has respected the council's direction on the importance of transparency, and he supports your vision. No other candidate on the list that I know is as knowledgeable and up to date with the critical issues facing the city. I think he'd be a great addition to the council, and I think that he's the only candidate that can hit the ground running, who knows what you guys are looking for, how you've been working together. You've worked with him, and I really believe that he would be a great addition to the City Council. So, to conclude, I'd really be surprised and disappointed personally if the council made a choice other than Julio. Any other choice by this council would potentially be seen as purely political and certainly not in the best interest of the city and the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment.
Next speaker, Mickey Valdivia.
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, Mickey Valdivia. I'm a lifetime resident of Beaumont, Cherry Valley. Currently reside at 9476 Avenida San Timoteo in Cherry Valley. I am a former Beaumont Planning Commissioner. I am a current Planning Commissioner for the County of Riverside, and I also work as a Director of Parks and Recreation for the City of San Bernardino. I think it's important to point those things out because I would encourage you to immediately eliminate people who have no municipal experience. This is one of the most difficult assignments in the County of Riverside at this point, and potentially one of the most difficult assignments in the state of California. I know you all know of the plight of the city of San Bernardino, and I have been talking in particular to Sean Belinget about the decisions that we've been making in San Bernardino for more than a year. He's had interest in acquiring the city council seat for a long time. This is not an opportunity that has popped up and that he said, hey, I want to be a city councilman. I know that Mr. Belinget has been attending city council meetings for quite a while. He's very well apprised of what's going on. I'll do my best to avoid any redundancy about his own profile. I think you have people of stature in this community that have come and provided accurate testimony about he and his persona. This is a very difficult post to have. I don't envy any of you. I work daily with the City Council in San Bernardino, and there are a lot of parallels as to what they're going through and what the City of Beaumont is going through. Sean Belinget, in my opinion, the most important quality I think you'll see about him is that he will have the ability to objectively sit up there. And sometimes perhaps he may vote in line with Councilman White and Councilman Orozco, and on the next it may be with Laura and Knight. And that's what you need. You need somebody that's transparent. You need somebody that's objective. You need somebody that truly understands the spirit of local government. Not somebody that wants to move on, and there's nothing wrong with that. I know Councilman Orozco, you have other aspirations, and that's wonderful. It speaks volumes about you. But this seat, in my opinion, is somebody who wants to do this long term, and Sean and I have talked about this very difficult assignment that it's going to take. And in closing, Councilman Jeff Fox, it makes me very sad to see the seat empty over there, and I was unable to attend his funeral services, and he was a good, close, personal friend of mine. And the one thing that I can say about Sean Belinget and Jeff Fox is the one thing that they both had in common is they just have a love for this community, and there was no agenda, and they really always wanted what was best, and those are the two things that they have in common. I think Jeff would be very honored to have somebody like Sean Belinget take his place. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment.
Last speaker, Dan Hughes.
is a positive direction. I am currently now the chairman of Beaumont Cherry Valley Recreation Parks Department. Mayor Lara served on my board over there, and I've been there for about 15 years, up for re-election again in November. I think that staff has been doing a good job with what they've had to work with. I think that we've obviously missed Councilman Fox, and so with that, it's a shame that we don't have the opportunity to meet all the candidates and get to know what each and every one of them's strong points are. But I happen to know 2 of the candidates that are applying for this position. So with that, I would like to formally endorse tonight Sean Belingett. I think that Sean Belingett will do a great job. He's active in a lot of different things, committees that I've asked him with help on, that I've talked to him about certain situations involving the Parks and Recreation. He's served on ad hoc committees. I know that he's at all these city council meetings. In fact, a couple weeks ago when he was here, he had a whole notebook full of all the agendas from here, probably dating back a couple years. It was amazing to me. But Sean is a guy who is probably one of the best people that I know with integrity and character, and is very transparent, something that obviously we need that transparency. We're continuing to move forward with that, and I think that he'd be a great candidate for you guys to appoint on this particular council. With that, thanks a lot for the time to come up here and talk, and thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment.
Do we have any other speakers?
Those are all the speakers.
So, Mayor, what I would suggest now is that each of the candidates come up, speak for 3 minutes, and tell you and the council members and the members of the public a little bit about him or herself.
Okay.
I'd like to call them in the order of alphabetical order, if that's okay.
Mayor, may I? Yes, sir. Comment just for the process purposes. So they will come up and give comments for 3 minutes, but we will not be interviewing or questioning them at this point. Is that correct?
You can do that after they each speak for 3 minutes, or you can do that after they individually. It's entirely up to you.
I'd like to hear from all the candidates first, and then I'm suggesting that for each of us who wants to call back a candidate for questions, then that candidate comes back up and the entire council presents the questions to that candidate.
That's how I have it.
Okay. I didn't know what the future process was. Okay.
I think it would expedite.
I just want the candidates to be aware of the process so they understand where we're going with that.
Okay. You'll call them in alphabetical order?
Yes.
Okay.
They're actually in alphabetical order on the agenda for those following along. Sean Belingett.
Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, staff, public, thank you for the opportunity to come here and tell you a little bit about myself and why I filled out my application to join the City Council. I am not a lifelong resident, but 46 out of 50 years I've lived in the city of Beaumont. Someone alluded to Old Beaumont. Don't know if that's an appropriate term to use. I know that some places that has negative connotations in town, and so I don't like it. But truth is, I am part of Old Beaumont, and I'm also part of New Beaumont. I'm part of the Beaumont that is now. Beaumont's a very dynamic city. It's not static. Those of us that live here may have come from Old Beaumont, but we're part of New Beaumont. It's been alluded to, the city is in tenuous circumstances and requires leadership. There are issues that face the city. As you well know, as part of the application, there was a portion there that asked us to state the 5 top issues that we saw facing the city. Number 1 would be finances. The city has a $10 million budget shortfall in the general fund, not to mention zero surplus. That'll be a very large obstacle to overcome. The city has put in place a financial committee to bring forth ideas to ameliorate that situation, and I'm looking forward to hear what the financial committee brings forth. Once those finances, a plan is put in place, policies and procedures that came out of the audit that recognized to be lacking are put in place, it will help restore the public confidence that's needed within the city. The tenuous financial situation is made more fragile with the lawsuit by Western Riverside Council of Governments. It is absolutely hanging over our head, something that we've been aware of for a couple of years, and many of us are waiting for the other shoe to drop and see what happens with that. That shortfall that we have now will be minor in comparison to a $40 to $80 million judgment against the city. I recognize that we're not just a city, but we are part of the region at large, and I would feel it important to reach out to our regional partners and see what can be done for this issue. Public safety. The burden that the finances are going to put on the city when you're in a financial situation and you lack funds, the things that you start to do are, where do you raise money? Where do you cut expenditures? What assets do you have that are worth money? What are the things that you can do? I would be reluctant to sacrifice any public safety. I can tell you that I have no hidden agenda. I am transparent. I will give each issue its due consideration on its own merits. I appreciate the time to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
David Castaldo.
Sorry, Sean. Good to see you. Mayor, council members, my name is Dave Castaldo. You have a fine list of 7, 8, 9 candidates here. You have a very hard decision. Every one of the candidates that has applied for this job is very unique and brings their own talents. My primary talent is that for 37 years, since the day I got out of high school, I had to be a businessman. I've had to make my own decisions. I had to serve the public. I had to serve my customers. If I didn't do right to my customers, I wouldn't have a job. I wouldn't have any income. I actually own a principal in two small businesses in this town. One is a propane delivery business, which everybody knows about. Our primary business is outside of the city. I can't even think if I have a customer inside the city. And my wife is a dog groomer, which is primarily does business within the city. Two separate and unique businesses, and it serves different clientele. And both are successful. We both have a good name. Our customers are very happy with. Beaumont has often said that they're run as a business, and it should be. We serve the community. This is a business. I often said that if Department of Motor Vehicles had competition, they would treat their customers a lot better. The city, people spend a lot of money to be in this city. They need to know that their money is being well spent and is being efficiently spent. As you know, I was on the council for 4 years. I learned a lot about what happens in the city and not in the city, in the county, and how we associate. And I would like to say, not pointing fingers, not saying anything was wrong, but I was the first council member to ever point out that the city was not answering the needs and the concerns of its citizens. And I tried to put an end to that and start answering these questions. Thank you guys for finishing that off or continuing at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Della Condon.
Mayor, members of the council, members of the audience. I was thinking the other day, when we buy something in the supermarket, you can look right on the label and you know what's inside. But with people, it's not quite that easy, is it? We don't really know what's inside. You've all read my paperwork, so I'm not going to bore you with repeating the things that are in there and the experiences that I've had. But I can tell you a story that I think explains who I am and what is inside. My father was a preacher, and we went to a cotton farm in Missouri when I was a little girl, and we were out in the cotton field one day because he had to work there. The congregation was very poor, so he had to work out there with his parishioners, and I saw a man putting rocks in his sack, and I asked him why he was doing that, and he says, well, honey, those scales are rigged, and he said, I'm just trying to even the playing field. And when I talked to my daddy about that, I said, why doesn't somebody do something? And I still remember his beautiful young blue eyes looking at me and tilting his head. Well, the next morning the sheriff was called to the weighing shed, and there was a 20-pound bag of flour that was chained down to the scale, and it only weighed not quite 15 pounds. Well, the farmer was chastened, and from that time on, those scales were regularly checked. My daddy lost his job, but he didn't need it anymore because everybody came to that church from then, from far and wide, to see this man that had stepped up for the people. That, I know, was a major event in determining the kind of person I am and was going to be, is that setting the playing field as level as possible. And that's what you do. That's what you do here for all of the citizens of Beaumont. And I would be proud to sit with you and do that as well. I had to ask myself some serious questions about why did I want to do this. The first question I asked myself was, are there conscientious people on the board who are working together to change the future of Beaumont? My answer to that is yes, there are. I've seen you since you began. You are working hard in that endeavor. The next question I had was, is the current situation fixable? The answer to that is yes. I believe there exists a good likelihood that we can change things around. I would like to help you do that. The third one, do I understand the complex issues well enough to have something to contribute? The answer is yes. I have been involved with fixing significant outstanding challenges throughout my career. I don't know you very well, Councilman Brundonite, but the day you stood during our darkest days with the FBI on our doorstep, and you said, the future of Beaumont is bright, that was stunning. In the middle of all the chaos that this city faced, you stood and you said that. I recognize leadership when I see it, and you showed leadership that day.
I need you to wrap up.
It's not about the cushy chairs that you sit in, because I know they get hot and they get tight, don't they? It's about my desire to assist you in setting the city right and helping you restore the confidence of the citizens in Beaumont. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments.
Juan De La Fuente, Jr.
Hello. First, I'd like to just say that I kind of wish this wasn't happening, obviously, because then Councilman Fox would be here, so my condolences to his family. But my name is Juan De La Fuente. I am an associate pastor at New Creation Church, and I also oversee quite of the activities that we have going on throughout our community. Right now, I am part of what's called The Difference, and we feed probably in the neighborhood of around 500 families in the Beaumont area, right down the street out of our campus there. We have a campus here and in Banning. I am also the police chaplain for the city of Banning. They asked me to be that, so I wanted to help with that. I am part of the Pass Rotary, and I am in charge of the Interact portion of that group. And so I work with the children, and I'm also a chair with the Faith in Action. And what we do is we work with the local police, including Banning and Beaumont, for programs for youth. And right now we're actually working on a homeless cold shelter, so that way police can know where they're going to be at, and they're not out and about in people's businesses or homes and things of that sort. We're also working on a vocational school, and we have already started our welding portion of that and graduated 12 students this year, one of whom was a homeless person. And we are acquiring 30 computers, so we're starting a computer class. And instead of just giving out a handout, what we're looking to do and what I'd like to do to try to help with the city is with these problems that we have, as far as one of the gentlemen's talked about with the homeless, is give them resources, you know, and that type of thing. I don't know a lot about politics. I do love our community. I know lots of people here that trust me, and I believe that trust is very important. And as far as the matters and the situations that Banning may be in, I see that we're continuing to become the city of Banning Beaumont rather, that, sorry, I work at Banning too, so, the city of Beaumont. And so I think the thing is just regaining that reputation for our neighboring communities and agencies and citizens. So thank you for giving me this time and this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment.
Damian Garcia.
Yes, good evening, council members. Had I known I had public comment, I would have had my kids come and tell you guys what a great dad I am. I'm just going to introduce myself and tell you about myself. I was born and raised in Redlands, California. I went through the Redlands school system. I graduated Redlands High School, where I met my beautiful wife, and we got married, and I was 17 and a half years old. The joke I always say is she got me pregnant, so we had to get married. I attended Crafton Hills College and then ultimately transferred to UCR, where I obtained a bachelor's degree in political science. I wanted to be a police officer, but I had a mom and a wife that said, that's going to be a little bit dangerous. Why don't you try a different profession? So in the meantime, I thought, well, I was working for financial institutions at the time, and I thought, well, I don't want to sit idle. I enrolled in the master's program at the University of Redlands, where I obtained my MBA with the emphasis in information systems. I still had that urge to be a law enforcement official or of some type, so I thought, well, I could become a prosecutor, so I decided to go to law school. I attended the University of Laverne while working full-time, married, and as a matter of fact, I had my first child during the first torts exam. I had to miss the exam because my wife went into labor. I'm a partner in a successful law firm. I believe my abilities as a successful litigator would be an asset to the council given the current circumstances, especially the particular legal issues. I'm hardworking, I'm dedicated, and I believe in transparent government, and I believe in an ethical government. And I appreciate your time, and I appreciate your consideration.
Thank you very much.
Julio Martinez.
Good evening, Mayor Lotta and distinguished members of the City Council. I stand before you today much like a year ago, when you unanimously voted for my appointment as the City Clerk, to ask today for appointment to the vacancy on the City Council. I am deeply saddened that the situation is under these circumstances. However, the needs of the city call for immediate action. This evening, the residents of our city look upon you to choose a candidate that has the most experience with the current city issues. Not just an awareness of issues, but an intricate knowledge of issues. I believe I have that knowledge. In addition, an experienced candidate will have an already working relationship with the Public Staffing Council. We have that relationship. I have spent numerous hours with the interim city manager, staff, and the city attorney working on issues to improve transparency. I have worked directly with the public on behalf of the city to improve relationships and build a trust and confidence the residents can approve of. I feel I have been there with you as a silent council member on the sidelines, observing and learning as you've transformed city practices, approved balanced budget, and continue to accomplish so many positive things. I have seen you evolve as a council. and I share your vision to make Beaumont financially solvent, to ensure that city services, including police and fire, are adequately funded and staffed, and to ensure City Hall has the confidence of its residents and that revenue collected is used for its intended purposes. There is much work to be done that starts now. Soon, City Council will be making a landmark decision in hiring a new city manager, a position that is so critical in upholding all you have done and all you continue to do. My shared vision with the council allows me to participate in this interviewing of the candidates, if so appointed this evening, with your similar mindset. I believe that should assure the council that knowing that we are looking for similar qualities and qualifications in a city manager. Critical issues facing our city include the continual building of public trust and confidence, assuring that Beaumont is fiscally stable while assuring adequate personnel and public safety, dealing with possible repercussions with WRCOG, as well as bond issuance and water treatment. These are all critical issues. These are going now. Beaumont needs a council member that can sit on the dais now. Of course, I'm not privy to all council knows, but at this point, I do believe my knowledge and experience, above all other candidates, makes me the best choice for this position. I thank you for consideration for this appointment and the respect you have shown me personally in the office of the city clerk. Thank you.
Thank you.
David Orberg, did I say that right? Okay.
Mayor Lara, Mayor Pro Tem White, Councilwoman Knight, Councilmember Roscoe, residents of Beaumont. I'm very humbled and honored to stand here before you. First, I would like to say I am not a politician. I do not like politics at all. I believe in honor and morals, ethics, a fiduciary duty to make sure that the right thing is done for everyone involved. In this instance, I feel that because I have no connections to anybody, that I would be the best qualified candidate for the position that was unfortunately vacated by Mr. Fox's untimely passing. Simply put, because of what I believe in, my morals and stuff, while I don't have the experience that a lot of these people have, a lot of the degrees that a lot of the candidates have, they all sound like they're highly qualified. I do have the ability to meet with people, learn with them. I always thrived on acquiring knowledge, making myself better, making things better for my family, for my friends, for my community. And simply put, that's the reason why I desire to serve for the short term that you'll be appointing a replacement council member for, just to be able to offer my services as a public servant and nothing else. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Ron Roy?
Thank you, Council. Where do you stand? Do people know where you stand? Have you put it out there for them? Have you articulated your issues? I think that's important for the City Council. For me, that's what a council person has to do. The people of the City of Beaumont cannot read our minds. I know there's a lot of very qualified people here, but essentially, can you use the tool of government? Do you understand what the job of government is? Can you use it to get things done? In my case, I showed you in my application what I've done. I created, thanks to the efforts of the Pass Transit Agency, Pass Route 20, and in some situations, at 1 month it went up 630% in ridership. In San Mateo Canyon, I'm advocating for the adding of bike lanes and relocation of telephone poles. And rural preservation, I work with Mr. Ashley's office and the City of Redlands. I'm a member of the State Park Committee of the Sierra Club and working for the expansion of San Mateo State Park. I'm demanding that the noise is mitigated along Beaumont city limits. As far as warehouse prohibition, I've spoken out against it. Parks, water, you name it. I think that you have to have somebody who can articulate it. And I think that if you can't get things done, if you don't know how to operate, working with a city, working with the county, you can't say government's bad, you have to work for it. So I did want to point out that if you have any questions, feel free to go. But I'd like to say that one of the things I liked about Jeff Fox was that he was a person that few of us will ever get, live the kind of life he had. He had an amazing life. And the thing was, he's very passionate about the city. But one of the things I liked about him was something I share. He was able to identify the need for a community and then passionately see to it that the need was met. He got results. Who of us in this room can look back and say we founded a regional transit agency or went to Washington and obtained millions of dollars for Beaumont projects? And, I saw his actions firsthand during the Heartland Pacific Plan proceedings. That was a situation that could have gone any way. Can you imagine what the city would have been like if Jeff hadn't sat there and voted his objection? That was a real tipping point for us. We stopped a $6 million square foot project from going through. So if you have any questions, my record's going to speak for itself. But I feel like, unlike any other people, I've articulated specifically what it is I want for the city, how I'm going to do it, and I've showed you examples that I will get it done. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So, Mayor, my recommendation at this point is for council discussion and questions of the individual candidates.
Everybody take a break. We'll get it. Yeah. We're going to go ahead before we start that and just take like a 5-minute break.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
the second part of that, or question portion?
That's my recommendation, is the question and answer portion, if council so chooses.
Okay. Does anyone of the council members have a question for any of the candidates at this time? Or do you have a specific desire on how you want to approach this?
I would like to make a comment first.
Sure.
And then I'll let someone else ask the first questions. This is a difficult decision that I'd hoped I would not have to make. I got to know Mr. Fox over the last year, and I realized that he had recognized what had gone on over the last 2 decades was wrong, and that we needed a change. We would not be here at all discussing any of this if the voters had not made a change a year ago in November. And I want to clarify a comment I made at the last council meeting that I think was taken a little bit out of context, but I want to give you more of my explanation. It is not, in my opinion, and this is just my opinion, I'm one of 4, so I'm not speaking for the rest of the council. It's not, in my opinion, that we should be making a long-term choice tonight. We should be making the best choice that'll get us to the election. Just like the Finance Committee, we've had a really good slate of candidates, and that makes it a lot harder than if we had just a couple people come in. I sincerely hope that with all of the people who spoke tonight, that you'll bring your skills and your abilities to some future discussions that we're going to have. We are going to need to put together a community leaders type stakeholders. We have some issues that we want to bring to the public, and things such as the city manager process, which you'll hear about more later tonight, our 5-year plan, which we're bringing to the Finance Committee, but ultimately we're going to need the community to buy in, and we're going to need leaders to help us. And we have a big discussion on what's going on in the growth ordinance, which wasn't mentioned much here tonight, but it's a very important issue to me going forward. If we nominate somebody, and this is hypothetical, but somebody could come up here and sit with us, and over the 8-9 months coming, do very little. I don't expect that to happen, because I think we're going to make the right choice tonight. But when the election comes around, that person can argue that they've had a critical piece in turning the city around over the last year, even when they may not have done a whole lot. I hope that all of you will consider running for the 2 seats that are up in November, and give the community the choice that they should be making for long term, and not the choice that we need to make. So these are just a factor in my selection process. It's not a factor necessarily in anybody else up here. I'm not asking anyone to tell me whether or not they plan to run, but I'm not going to give weight to a long-term solution at this point. I'm looking for the short term, and I'm looking for someone who can help us not only just hit the ground running on the issues that we're already facing, but also provide us some skills and background in dealing with other agencies, state, all the agencies, the county, every agency that we have to deal with. So that's what I'm looking for. And again, thank you for applying. And like I said, I hope to see your names on future applications, and some of you running in November. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Oh, I have a...
Councilmember White, Knight.
Knight. White Knight.
Yeah.
We got it. Some of you, I know a lot of you out in the audience, lots of you, and I have some specifics I am looking for besides what I saw on your application. Now, I respectfully disagree with Mr. White a little bit on putting someone in, as far as, I think, for my part, I want to put the person in that can go to work tonight. Given our circumstances, we need someone that knows our city. And I want to see genuine interest in our city government. Also, for some of you, there's, I think, some misnomers out there. I was here about 7 years ago, and that was the last time we had a council member appointed. I was part of the 18 people or something like that applied. And the council member that ran did not retain his seat. In the last election in Banning, there was an appointment over there, and the council member did not retain their seat. So there's a learning curve when you come on city council. It's tough. And running, you know, I hope that you guys get out and run for city council, because we can only, huge amount of really good people here, but we can only select one of you. And running for council, there's much more money, responsibility. It's tough, and you get scrutinized more. So where I'm looking is for someone that will generate stability, that understands our public policy. I want a person that is analytical, grasp how important building relationships with our other communities is. And something very important to me is, are you willing to interact as a whole, as looking at the whole of the community? I'm very concerned about myopic viewpoints. I want to see a touch of everyone, if that. And also, another thing I'm looking at is I want to see a personality that I think will fit for this council. So that's a little, I have more to share with you, but those are a few of the things that I'm looking at. Thank you.
Councilmember Roscoe, you have any comments?
No, I just too, I want to express some comments real quickly, but you know, like I was just stating outside, a couple comments that I'm glad to see 8 applicants apply for this position. I know many of those applicants, and have had an opportunity in the past to see their interest or their opinion about the direction of the city prior and now that there's a need for the seat, for this position to be filled. And so balancing those things of what I know, those individuals, and being able to do that. I mean, but what I can tell you now, we have some fine applicants, and you know, I too share. I would like to see more of that energy. You know, whatever the outcome is here today, that you take it upon yourself to involve yourself more here at the city, because I think everybody loves the democratic system where we have that options, and by putting more people available to the community, it gives a huge dynamics in terms of direction of the city, choices, options, and we need to see that. We saw it in the last prior election, not just here in Beaumont, but I think all over Riverside, and for us, and particularly, we got a lot of challenges going to be coming up ahead to us in the next 8 months, and going forward. You know, as long 3 of us up here are here for the long run, and I think I share some of the concerns. Is we need somebody now that can just jump in and know some of these issues as much as as we do up here. I know a lot of the council members up here have put countless hours on what's going on, and the financials and the circumstances and legal and closed session stuff that many of you that are not privileged to are going to have to be expected to jump right in. And you may not understand them, but have that ability, as Councilman Knight has suggested, is being able to kind of fit right into what we're doing here now. And I want to kind of reiterate what a comment that was said by a gentleman, and that is, and we've spoken it too as well up here, is the unity as a council at this time, and kind of continue that. So that's what's important to me right now, is we take that. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, I'd just like to thank everyone for their application and the time this evening. Gentlemen and lady, I do appreciate that. commitment, or what I'm looking for after going through the applications, is everybody's very well qualified, but I'm looking for specifics as far as interaction with public agencies, background in negotiations, and also it has to be a good fit for the personalities that we have here. And with that, we'll go ahead and open up for questions. Council?
Sure, Marcos. I'll let ladies go first.
You want me to start? Okay, Mr.
Be the gentleman.
Mr. Belange.
Yes.
Yes, sir. What is your understanding of our city manager, city attorney form of government, and how does that work?
City manager is basically the CEO of the city, so chief executive. The city manager would take direction from the city council through policy that's set forth by the council. The city manager would then direct all of the city staff to put that policy into place throughout the city, from top to bottom. City attorney is here as legal counsel for advice to the council members to make sure that we stay in conformance with the law.
Okay, thank you. I have one more for you.
Sure.
I was looking at this, and I had the opportunity to work with you on the Planning Commission eons ago, and I found that, it was so, in a sense, I know what it's like to work with you, okay? And I always found you very respectful and helped me. You actually helped me when I came on to get on board the Planning Commission. But I'm also, in your capacity, in your job, that won't affect your council here. And why I say that, and I want to share, we crossed paths not too long ago, and you said that you were going to Washington, D.C. to give a presentation.
I did.
Something about cement.
About concrete, about paving.
Oh, okay.
I was fortunate enough to travel to D.C. Last week. Participated in a presentation for the Transportation Research Board, which includes the heads of the departments of transportation for all 50 states, the head of civil engineering for the Air Force, for the Army, and for the Navy, and the head of engineering for the FAA. The company that I work with engages in heavy civil construction, most of that for the military, and most of that paving military airfields. It's a very highly specialized type of work, and I was fortunate enough to participate in a presentation on specifications for heavy airfield paving. But I will touch on that. While in D.C., I had an opportunity when that was over to get out, make it to the Lincoln Memorial, and then make my way across the National Mall. Whereas if you've had the opportunity to be there or the good fortune, you will cross the Washington Monument, you will come across the World War II Memorial, the Lincoln Memorial. There is a memorial to the signers of the Declaration of Independence. We are so fortunate to have 8 applicants. Too often there is a lack of public participation in government. The last place that I stopped before I made my way back to the airport at Dulles was the National Archives, where I had the great fortune to stand in front of our Declaration of Independence, our Constitution, and our Bill of Rights. And it is awe-inspiring to think that our forefathers put together this form of government that only 60, 70 years after that, unfortunately, Lincoln gave the Gettysburg Address, which includes the of the people, for the people, by the people, which I absolutely believe in. It is important to participate, if not as a member of council or committee, but to avail yourself of public comment, whether you are mainstream or contrary to the public sentiment at the time. It is important to have your voice heard. So also what I do for our company is I do negotiate quite a bit. I would say I'm the lead negotiator for the company that I'm with as a counterpart to the military. One of the things that we do, and one of the good parts of the types of contracts that we enter into require partnering. And partnering in its true sense means that you come together with no hidden agendas, no preconceived notions, that you put everything out on the table, it is all discussed in the open, and that decisions are made at the lowest level and in the quickest possible time frames to move issues forward and to completion. So, thank you.
Thank you. And those are my 2 questions. I give it back to the mayor.
Anyone else have any questions for
Mayor, I do have a question.
Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem White?
Okay. Mr. Bellingett, you and I have met a couple times, and I find you to be a very nice guy and very competent, and I think your resume here indicates that. And it's clear that since at least, well, you're pretty involved for the last 10, 15 years, I believe that you would have been in a position to have a good understanding of what was happening in the city. And the 2 years that I was coming here, I saw you occasionally, but I guess what I'm asking you, and this is my concern, is do you recognize what went on and the problems that we're facing? I mean, you've been in all of our council meetings, or most of our council meetings since Mr. Kopernikus left. But
absolutely,
can you speak to? I mean, you were on Planning Commission for 4 years, and been very involved in the community, Chamber of Commerce. Can you speak to what's happened over the last 20 years and maybe what you?
I absolutely. I appreciate the time to talk about it. Having grown up here, having been part of the community, consider myself to be a fairly active member of the community, and I've been to not just city council meetings, but pretty broad breadth. Attend school board, hospital board, Pass Water Agency, Beaumont Cherry Valley Water District. Probably isn't a public meeting that I haven't attended at some point in the last 10 years on one or more occasions. But to answer your question directly, it's shameful what happened here in the city of Beaumont. It's disappointing. Gives pause for self-reflection and introspection on what we understand and what is brought to light. The things that transpired, the things that we see in the paper, what we can glean from council meetings, the actions of Mr. Kopernikus, and I did support Mr. Kopernikus. I make no bones about that. I cannot be more disappointed. It is important to get up and speak. If it is comments that people like Mrs. Bingham bring to light, whether they were accurate or not, but somehow shed a light on the actions that happened in the city, and through those actions, the deficiencies within the city came to light and now are being recognized and ameliorated, then good for that. It's important to have these types of comments at the meetings. So, short answer, disappointed, to say the least. But also know that it is important to move forward from that, to put the city in good stead, get the finances in order, and restore public confidence. Hope that answered your question.
It did, thank you.
Any other?
I had a question in regards to the, not just the internal controls audit, but that we have done here, but the state audit as well. Can you summarize for the council or list some of the critical concerns that you've maybe seen and shed light? This kind of reflects on what Councilman Pro Temp Mayor White had interjected to, but
well, I think the audit brought out absolutely the lack of controls. I wish I could dazzle you and tell you exactly the number of controls that they said were lacking, but I think there were 3 of 60 controls that needed to be in place. So I don't even think it would meet the threshold of bare minimum. So it would be important to have those policies and procedures in place, and not just on the financial side, if the city as a business as a whole, there should be policies and procedures manual that runs all offices of the city.
And just a quick question. I mean, kind of seeing the dynamics here, I know, everybody has commented on the council and how we work together and how unity is important in terms of what do you see, looking up here, what do you foresee, or can, if you're sitting on that seat, provide as an overall, I mean, what piece of the puzzle as Councilman Fox?
Councilman Fox really had the best interest of the city, loved Beaumont, and right or wrong did what he believed to be best for the city at all times when he served on the council. I believe that the piece of the puzzle that I fit is a lens that is through business. I have a strong relationship with the business community. I'd like to bring that to bear here on the council as a partner, as a member. There will be 6 seated members. Any decision takes 3/5 of that, 60%. So there will be no one person that can strong arm or control or bring to bear. It'll just be my experience in the city through a lens of business that I hope to add to the puzzle of the city council.
Need 5 members.
5 members.
Thank you.
Mr. Belinga, you mentioned that finances was one of the critical issues or concerns that you brought up. What would you bring to help assist us in that regard?
An open mind, an ability to review the balance sheet that the city has. It's fairly simple at this point. The city has a budget in place. The question is really the shortfall. It would be an ability to take input from the Standing Financial Committee, then in discussion with council, staff, as to what procedures to put in place to try to narrow that gap. The business that I'm in, we have very finite budgets. The budget's put in place once a project's awarded, and anything that goes beyond that budget eats into the profit. And so it's very important to be able to work quickly when you recognize a problem, put a plan in place to fix that problem, either to create additional revenue. And the only way that we do that in ours is to limit cost. So it will really be a view of limiting cost, trying to go back through the budget and look at where there might be opportunities for savings.
Thank you. And then one last question. Transparency, we talk about a lot. If you could pick one thing that you would like to work on to help restore public confidence in this city, what would that be?
Open discussion, not just here at the council, but open discussion about and within the relationships with the other public agencies within the city. I think that there needs to be good relationships with the Beaumont Cherry Valley Water District, with the Pass Water Agency, with the Recreation and Park District. They all serve the same constituency, or nearly the same constituency. Pass Water Agency has additional areas that they cover. But if you're a citizen in Beaumont, all those agencies are beholden to you as a citizen. And there needs to be a transparency and no hidden agendas between any agency of anyone that has some interest of their own held above the interest of another agency.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions?
I have one, but I'm going to hold on to it. It's okay.
Thank you, Mr. Belingit.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions for any of their candidates?
You want me to start?
Sure.
Julio Martinez.
Hello.
What I wanted to ask you, do you have any experience in building and development in your background? And do you sit on, are you here at our planning commission?
Yes, I'm at all the planning
meetings?
commissions, and that's my experience is learning through that, what they're going for through plan checks and what they're looking at, these master communities and so forth. And that's my extent.
Okay. And you're another one of the people that I get the opportunity to work with. And that's basically, the other things speak for themselves. That's what I didn't know about you, and I passed that on. So thank you.
Can I, want to go into the same order?
Sure.
I don't have any questions right now. I might after hearing some of the others.
Okay.
Councilmember Roscoe.
Kind of the same question that I had here. Can you please summarize or list, prefer a list, if you can, maybe summarize in your understanding or some of the critical concerns that, and I'm saying this because, maybe I didn't clarify myself last time, but I think the internal controls audit, along with the state audit as well, provided insight for members of the community as well as the council and staff for the reality check or checks that we have lacked deficiencies here in City of Beaumont, and that many people do not acknowledge or want to acknowledge. Or, in your opinion, again, list some of the critical concerns of those audits.
Well, the accounting procedures, first of all, was a mess. There's no accountability whatsoever. Putting into place those procedures really allows for accountability to see where the money is going, where it's coming from, and so forth. We had really, our management positions were not, people were doing jobs that weren't within their job description, and thank goodness that we've fixed that. And interim city managers done a great job of redirecting those roles, redefining the roles of staff, so that again leads to accountability as far as that restructure. I've seen a lot going on as clerk. Everything from having two people with the safe, where we've had one person only with the key to the safe. Now we have accountability with two people controlling the money. Petty cash now being reconciled at the end of the day with receipts. There's a lot of little things that all add up to the accountability as far as holding those accountable with our funds and so forth. So procedures and accountability and finances were pointed out, and thank goodness we've addressed a lot of those and still working, of course, on others.
Okay. And in relation to your position as a city clerk, I think here the council here has been privileged to be able to work with you and have you as part of our team here as the city. And one of the things that caught my attention, I think council's attention, is when you first came to us as an applicant for city clerk for appointment, you had talked about certain key things that you would like to see. And I remember, quite frankly, one of the things that Councilman White speaks a lot about is this, I'm going to keep to my campaign promises. I know you didn't make any campaign promises, but you did make promises in terms of what you'd like to see done, and if I was appointed to this seat, what I would see and do. And I want you kind of relate to the council and to myself what you believe, what you had said when you came here, and what you have done, and have you followed through? Because to me, I think that shows wonders in terms of you're here today in front of us, and now you're presenting yourself to be on a seat. Are you going to follow through? And following through, that shows a lot of importance here. So.
Well, in the beginning, I shared your view with transparency. That was, being the mess that we were in and the difficulties the city was in, transparency was number one. And that was the platform that I was sold on. When I was first told of the city clerk's position and read more about it, I saw that definitely agreed with my philosophies. And as I heard more from various members of the community about what had happened to the city and so forth, I couldn't believe it. So getting involved with that to see for myself and being able to work behind the scenes to look at what's been going on has been an eye-opener. And the transparency thing, I know we use that, and it seems kind of like a buzzword, but it is really truthful, because our situation here in the city all goes back to that transparency. And having the public confidence and the trust all goes back to being able to look at documents, being able to look at a reconciliation for our funds, and where bond money is going. And I mean, it's still going. We're still going through audits and so forth, and I'm glad that we've taken that role as council to start uncovering some of our accounting procedure inconsistencies that we've had in the past. But as clerk, from the transparency point of view, that's what I really ran with, or not really ran with, but agreed with as your philosophy. And I'm glad I was able to step in and help with that. With Laserfish, we still have a long ways to go, but there's been, just strides of improvement with that Laserfish documents and putting stuff on that portal so that the citizens can see. And it's still a work in progress, of course, but I've been really fortunate to see that and see how it works and be a part of that.
I do have a question.
My last question, and I probably want to come back to another candidate that has been up here too. Wanted to ask this question. I'm not going to hold it back, but I think one of the important things up here that we've learned from each other that I want to express is not just having. Well, let me kind of go to the direction of the question. I know you've been sitting here on the sidelines and as part of this council and this team, but going from city clerk and wanting, kind of seeing what everything is going on and the mess that the city has been through and what we've been going through, wanting to go from here to up here. I'm grateful that you want that responsibility and that pressure. But going back to the question, so you understand what I'm asking, what I think I've learned, and then we learned from each other, that not just having trust with each other as council members, building that trust, building that relationship, I think that's going to be crucial up here. I think, by your ability, having sat there and watched us, do you feel that you can be a part of this team and have that trust and continue forward by, you have made a statement in your comments, I'm ready to go now, and that's important for me. Do you feel that you can just jump right in and have that confidence with the council and that trust and that ability to work with us?
Well, I feel that my experience and knowledge now calls for a more active participation in city government, and I believe that is the council. I've sat on the sidelines, and I call it sidelines, but I feel like I've been a part going through everything with you. Now, again, I'm not privy to everything but I've seen what you've done. I've seen you evolve, and I've agreed with many of your decisions, and I do believe that as if I were a part of that. Now, I don't know. Hopefully, you see that in me. We have a good rapport. I've talked to all of you, and I've worked with all of you at some point, some a little more than others. But I do believe that's important. Being on the sidelines, working with you, working with the staff, working with the city attorney, working with the public already, I think that's important to get up and go onto the seat. And some have others they can bring in from outside, but if we're looking just at a short term at least, then you want someone up and going now that has some knowledge and experience, and I think that's what I bring to that position.
Thank you.
I have one more quick question.
Sure.
One more quick question. Besides being the city clerk, which you've come in and done a very good job, what type of, have you done outreach in the community, for example, with the Chamber of Commerce, Habitat, Rotary, anything like that?
No, I primarily, since I'm a teacher, I work with a lot of students. I run a club on campus, and I work with a lot of students in that way, and I do a lot of counseling. I kind of become their second counselor to a lot. I used to run the AVID program at the high school, which is a program for students to go into college, and I still had people come to me many days, years after that to ask for help. So that's kind of where my commitment to the community was, mostly in the student view and in that.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor?
Councilman White?
Yeah, I have a couple. We have got to know each other, and you know that I am upfront and don't hold back any punches. And what I'm deciding here is what's in the best interest of the city. And I think your position as city clerk is both a strength and a weakness for you. The weakness is you've been an outstanding city clerk. If we put you on council, we have to replace you. And I don't want to hold that against you, but it is something that I weigh in my decision, is that I don't want to replace you as city clerk. Your strength, you brought it up yourself, is that you've been here for every meeting. You've been involved in all the items that are going on here. So I'm going to ask you something different that I didn't ask the other candidates and may not ask other ones, because that is what you are trying to, that's what you are arguing that you'll bring to our council. So you listed the top 5 most critical issues: public trust, fiscal stability, WRCOG, bonds, and water treatment. I'd like you to pick one of those and maybe comment on it and maybe suggest solutions that you're looking for. And before you pick one, I personally like to hear about the water treatment. But it's up to you. I want you to feel comfortable that if, because not everyone's going to know every issue here.
Right.
Even someone who sits here, I don't know every issue.
Well, if you would let me, I will concentrate. Probably B and C is really together. I can do that.
You do whatever you want.
And then I can make just a quick comment on water.
Okay. Before you go, do we need to ask for another 15 or 20 minutes on that?
We've run out of the 30 minutes per the ordinance. We would need a motion to...
I move that we add 15 minutes to the clock.
I second it.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem White, second by Councilmember Knight, to continue another 15 minutes on item 4A. Roll call vote. Councilmember Orozco?
Aye.
Councilmember Knight?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Aye.
Mayor Lara?
Aye.
I'm going to set it for 15. Or you could... All right. Thank you.
Right. Well, if you look at my application on B and C, they kind of go together. But the fiscal stability and the personnel stability is, they go hand in hand. We're looking at a $10 million deficit. It was brought up in our presentations that we have to get $10 million just to come to zero. We can't even move on yet until we get that covered. And now we're talking about infrastructure and revenue, and together, and plus personnel and public safety, it's a big balance. And I'm looking at the revenue and I'm looking at infrastructure, and I'm not sure if I'd be able to answer what my solution would be. I think it's premature for me to do that. But I do know that, of course, both go hand in hand. We need infrastructure, but we need the revenue to do that. So it's going to create some interesting financing as far as, and I shouldn't use the word financing because we know what that sounds like, but we're going to have to create some interesting issues in order to solve that. And, a gentleman alluded to the fact that public safety is always my number one, both fire and police is just to be number one. We have to preserve that. But we do have to find ways. We have potholes, we have streets that aren't paved, our city hall, our city services are lacking right now. Look at the city clerk's office. We're behind quite a bit in public records requests, as some would attest to. And, we have to fill that, and we have a lot of issues to deal with. We have repercussions for WRCOG. Our first thing is to limit our financial liabilities. So, we have some get ready with our outstanding litigation, see where our revenue is going to come from, what we have, and again, we have to fill a hole before we can even move forward. So, those are critical things we're coming with. That's why that city manager thing was such an important topic, because, he's got to, or she's going to have to share a vision with us in order to accomplish that. And, so that's kind of where I'm going with that. I hope that answered it.
It did.
As far as water treatment, no money until we know where we're at. We need a report. We need to find out where we're at with that.
Thank you.
Julio, excuse me, Mr. Martinez. With your experience, I know that you have experience as a clerk, you also have experience as a teacher. Do you have any other public agency experience outside of those two items?
Not public agency. I mean, I was in retail for 12 to 15 years before I went into it. I was a manager, so I was a part of the commercial side for a while before I went into teaching. But I don't have any aspect on other than that. Sorry. No.
I'll ask you the same question I asked the previous candidate, is what one item would you bring to help restore public confidence in our city?
Accountability. You know, it really does start with that. It really starts with accountability, and with that goes not only showing where we're at and what we've done as far as records and finances, but being held accountable for that before we move on. I mean, that goes with the public trust. I mean, the public's looking for the council to make decisions for now and the future. And we have to have that trust and accountability to step up and show what we're doing and where we're going is tantamount in order to get things done.
Thank you. Councilmember Roscoe?
Thank you.
Yes.
My note. I just wanted to make a comment that was, or comment on a comment that was said here by one of my colleagues. It's going to be hard for us to, I think, to replace you. It's be difficult, and that's going to be the downside. But I know one thing for sure here. I'm sweating, and I've been very stressful on filling the seat. And I think it's easier to replace a city clerk than it is to replace a city council member in terms of what we have to look for of the expectations. So, I mean, if I were have to lose a city treasurer or city clerk to fill a vacancy, if I know that they're capable of jumping in now, I would do that. Not because I'm a fear of losing an important key person, but gaining a huge asset on our team up here in the council. So I just want to put that out there.
Thank you. Anyone have any other questions? Mr. Martinez?
No.
No. Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Anybody have any questions for any other candidates?
I have some questions for Dr. Condon.
This is where I was going to go next.
Okay.
That's where we're at.
Would you like to start?
Would you?
No, you can go ahead.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. I do better when I hear a couple of questions first.
Oh, okay. All right.
I won't steal any of your questions.
Condon, you have an amazing resume, absolutely amazing. I have to. So you're not interested in going forward. You're just interested in the short term. Did I understand that correctly?
Yes, you did, and I think that's extremely important for me to be out front with that. I believe the city needs the time to heal. I think that it shows the good faith of the council. The advantage in a general election of the incumbent, minus the circumstances you have mentioned here, but generally that gives a 40 percentile almost advantage to the person who is the incumbent. And people who are good candidates, they need time to get together a campaign. They need time to get the money for a campaign and the support. And I believe I would be an important bridge for that. Now, if we got into some situation, I just can't see myself changing my mind about that. I think that it's really important for the people to feel that they have a voice. It's going to make them feel empowered, knowing that a candidate's going to come forward. They're not going to feel like they've been dealt out of the situation by having someone appointed who's going to be an incumbent in the position.
Okay, thank you. Mr. White?
Okay. Yes, you a very impressive resume. Lots of experience in public agencies, public sector. A lot of what interests me was a lot of your experience at the state level and the context that you could bring to here. And I'm going to go the same direction with you. I'm going to sort of go at what may be perceived as your weakness, and that would be, I know that you've been in, I've seen you regularly in council meetings, and I've talked to you, and I know that you understand many of the issues that are going on. But what I want to know is why we would nominate, or why we should appoint someone who doesn't have the 15, 20 years of experience in community service here in Beaumont, or hasn't lived here, for 15, 20 years. What is it that you would bring to counter the experience of some of the other candidates who've got a strong background of working inside of Beaumont?
I think my strongest recommendation is I've been somewhere else. And that is, I have been somewhere where we don't have the things we have here in Beaumont. Small town living is very special. A progressive community that is growing is very attractive. The fact that we have strong law enforcement is very attractive here. And having been other places that don't match what we have here in Beaumont, makes me feel very attached to this community. And along with that is I bring new eyes. And I have been across this nation. I traveled for a year studying institutions, which ones work and which ones don't, and why don't they work. This was part of a fellowship that I was awarded on a international competition. I worked with Princeton. I worked with Miami-Dade Community Colleges, Cuyahoga Community Colleges. I worked in some aspects of Congress. I worked in the Transportation Department, and that culminated in a report to the United States Congress and what I thought made an organization run. And as a city, we're an organization. A municipality, we are an organization. And I linked those factors of performance to the management styles and to the interaction of the governing body, whether it be a board or whether it be a council. And my weakness, and I'm going to be very candid with you, my weakness is I think I can fix everything, and none of us can really do that. I have worked on and with boards all of my public life. In the Department of Consumer Affairs in Sacramento, I was selected as the president of that board, and I served in that capacity for 4 years. I handled budgets that were worth mega millions of dollars. I let contracts out. If any of you have heard the word Experian, that is the testing agency that does all of the testing online for many California agencies. I was involved in the negotiation of that contract with one of the largest boards in the state. I still have a lot of the connections from Sacramento that I acquired when I was there. And should we ever need forbearance in certain issues, I can certainly, there are people that I can call up on the phone and they will take my calls. Also, when we get into a position where we can afford a lobbyist again, I know which lobbyists actually can get through the door and which are not going to get through the door but have a beautiful business card. Also in Washington as well, I served on the committee that gave out the specifications for California's, I'm sorry, I almost said crazy train, but I meant to say rapid speed train, and talked to these suppliers and shared the specifications with them. Part of my job was to create a connection between California and these vendors that were there. I learned a great deal about working with the Bagley-King Act, which is a public act very much like the Brown Act. I know how important it is that when we are out in the community every single day, every minute, even if you're cashing out in the grocery store, you are representing the council and you are representing your city. You must be very careful not to say something that can be construed as the opinion of the council. And working with my peers, which we would be peers, it's incredibly important that you know that I'm not going to go out and be a loose cannon in the community and say things that may be attributed to the council. I know how to behave as a council member. I know what the laws are. I know what how important closed session is. I have sat in closed session for half of my life when I was the Vice President of Human Resources at Riverside Community College. I was in closed session working directly with the board. I know the liabilities, the penalties, and how important it is that you don't carry that information out into the public. In fact, there's an item on your agenda tonight. Had I been in your closed session, I would have tried really hard to give my input on. But I...
Thank you. You've answered my question.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Thank you. I'm done.
Questions?
Yeah, I'm going to go back to my, consider this my main question that I wanted to ask any of the applicants that come up here, just to kind of that fair process. I'm sure you heard it, kind of summarize, list, give your opinion, please, in terms of your understanding of the internal controls audit, both the one that, well, the internal controls audit as well as the state audit, and some, key things that you saw that were critical, some critical concerns to the community, but also concerns to yourself as well that you can point out, and particularly, please.
It clearly spoke of a lack of oversight and too much power in one particular point without enough oversight. I forget, 14, 17 items, I can't recall the exact number, but they were such basic things. They were such simple things that anyone with a first-year accounting degree, I'm being very candid. As I said, I believe you should speak truth to power. And I was frankly embarrassed, and someone called me and said, Della, I just read something in the paper about the budget audit of your town. Is this true? And I said, we're fixing it. And that's what I tell the community members here in Beaumont when I meet them. We're fixing it. The council is working on these issues, working on these problems. Your image is changing. It is becoming more and more positive, and it's because the way you have started working together as a team. I've seen it sitting over there. I've seen you come closer and closer together. Councilmember Orozco, sometimes you're a little feisty, but I see that as advocacy. I recognize that for what it is. And I appreciate that. And I do believe for all of you council members that we all have the interests of Beaumont at heart, and I think we would agree on very, very many issues. I want to touch on one point, and that has to do with the water issue. And I know there's a number of things in play right now in relation to the water issue. There have been more battles fought in probably every country of the world over water than any other single substance. They even tell us that someday it may be the currency of the world. But I had the opportunity to sit on the advisory committee of Valley College for, it's been about 5 years now, of their water training program. This is where employees are trained in how to work in water and the sewage plants. And all of the heads of the agencies in this entire area come to that meeting, and without divulging any confidences, I hear them talk about the issues they face every day, what their needs are, what the problems are. I really have to thank them for asking me to serve on that committee, because I've learned more about water than I ever thought I would have known. And I know we've got some decisions to make. Is it regional? Is it local? Is it some kind of a deal with another agency to sell back water? There's a lot of opportunities and a lot of options. And someone told me once that the only thing that's going to get us into trouble is it's not the things that we know we do not know. It's the things we think we know and we're absolutely wrong about that get us into trouble. So this is an issue we need to look at very, very carefully. And the the conditions that are there at the time we have to make that decision might make that decision very different than if I gave you a projected decision today. Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, I know we're running out of time, but going back to the question I was asking, it's really crucial. What I was kind of looking for is, and sorry if I wasn't clear enough on the question, but if I can maybe go back, kind of redirect my question, if I'm allowed to do it, or do I need to ask for more time?
You should ask for more time. The council should consider extending the time.
I move we add 10 minutes to the clock.
Okay, I'll second that.
It's like a snooze, right? 15, 10.
Instead of call roll call, can we just say, I mean, is there any council member that, you know, instead of...
We should do it for the record. Motion by Mayor Pro Tem White, second by Councilmember Knight to add 10 minutes to the clock. Roll call vote. Councilmember Roscoe?
Aye.
Councilmember Knight?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Lara?
Aye.
Pass 4-0.
Because I know at one point, with my second question I was going to go back to, so I'll kind of be very quick on this, is, you know, you were appointed to the Financial Committee.
Yes.
And going back to the question on, I believe this would be your strength, and it's kind of summarizing, again, be a little more specific, because for me, and it will continue this to as well, is being able to talk to the community and be able to address specific concerns and issues. And I want to make sure that, you know, there were numerous list of things on the control, an internal control audit, as well as a state audit. Is there something in particular, direct concern, that you can list a couple of concerns that you were aware of, or are aware of, that are on those audits?
Yes, not having purchase orders for expenditures that can be directly connected to that expenditure, it really opens us up for serious inquiry of anyone looking at that. Also, we have to make sure that we stay within the budget that we have, and I believe the council has made strides in doing that, in helping us live within the budget that we have. And I know you're making plans to look at a long-term recovery process for the budget. But as I remember the enumerated items that were on that list, there were a number of them, and as I went down, oh my gosh, and it's really good that audit identified those things, and we can take care of those one by one, and as council members, we can continually be checking through our city manager. And again, I understand the relationship of the city manager in running the city and the position of the council, and she deals with the employees of the city and runs the city, and we create policy, and that's why we have to be good at what we're doing, because we have to create policy that is inclusive of many potential situations, so that she has clear policy to follow when she is doing the city's business. I hope I answered your question better.
Okay.
Thank you.
And just to follow another question here, I too have noticed your extensive background in education, and where your expertise lies in terms of education, which I share, passionate about too. But I have other passions as well, along with government itself. And for me, you know, working as a team is crucial and important, and bringing a style, in particular your style, because I think we've got to know you and selected you for a committee that's going to be very important going forward in our community. But in terms of, you know, for me, I think you've noticed this, and you've pointed it out to me several times, is if there's something particular that I'm passionate about and that I see that, you know, things that I've noticed in the internal controls audit or in the state audit that are not being followed, because I think we still continue to see some deficiencies in our process here, and we're all learning, and sometimes it's due to lack of staff, and we have that understanding. But as a council member up here, as a colleague, and seeing one of us here being passionate about a specific item and doing diligence as what I respect as a council member, as a colleague, doing your due diligence and doing your homework and your research, how would you contribute that to the council up here? How would you go about, if you were a member of the council and an issue was addressed and you didn't see, okay, well, I didn't do enough homework on this, I'm not aware of this, do you see yourself, okay, well, I'm not sure, I'm going to rely on my colleagues, or am I going to ask for additional information? How would you approach that issue?
I think that's an astute question to ask because it goes to my commitment level. The first thing is I can assure you I'm not going to show up at council meetings unprepared. I used to have a board meeting book like this at the state level. Sometimes it was like this. And when I came to those meetings, I knew what was in that book. And as I've come to the council meetings on the occasions, I have always looked at the backup documents so that I felt in touch with what was being talked about and what was being looked at, and it gave me a depth of understanding. You know what it's like when you spent a lot of years in school. You know how to study things, you know how to look at things, and if there was something I didn't know, if it was a legal issue, I would ask the attorney. I would not think I'm the attorney and come up with my own explanation because I happen to have experience in that area. I know there are important times you ask the lawyers, and I know when that's the appropriate thing to do. So that's something that is not going to happen with Della. I don't come unprepared. How embarrassing that would be if there was something going on around you and you hadn't read the material. I care too much about my own personal feelings about myself to show up unprepared.
Okay. And then the last question was real quick. Yes, I mean, you can just answer it real quick. If there's an item that you're not, let's say, educated about, are you afraid to ask for help?
No.
I mean, is that a question? I mean, that's a question, but would you be afraid to ask for help?
Absolutely not. And I think the beginning of knowledge is recognizing what you don't know. And I also am willing to listen to other people's thinking about something. I may have an idea of what I think is appropriate, but I want to know what you know. I know what I know, but I want to know what you know. And you may say something that makes me click and, I didn't recognize that. And I will vote with you because I've listened to your intellect tell me what you know. And that's in the materials I shared with you. That was a 380-degree evaluation from people I had worked with for over 20 years. And I think that gives you a clear picture of what people who'd worked with me over 20-some-odd years thought about my openness and my willingness to listen.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Colleagues.
Dr. Condon, I understand that based on your background that you had the opportunity to oversee a development of a new campus. What was your involvement in that?
I was Vice President of Academic Affairs, and all building that takes place around the educational plan. And therefore, I created the educational plan working with the Academic Senate, and we determined what we were going to have at that academic center. Well, we realized we did not have the money for a science department, so I asked the University of Miss Merced if they were through with their temporary science building since they had built a new building. They said, yes, haul them away. So we got 6 science labs, no equipment. I went out to Livermore Lawrence Laboratory and said, would you like to adopt us? We had all kinds of hoods for our labs and equipment, and they sent their scientists out to help work with our students. I determined where the library was going to be, but I did it as a team. There was a team of faculty from each discipline that I worked with, and they were the experts in what they needed for their subject matter. And also working with a librarian, we built a new library. And again, we got a team of the architects, the librarian. I know about plan checking. I especially know about budget reconciliation. We had a $350 million bond. I was directly related to everything that was built. We built a student services building, again, as a team, and those buildings are serving thousands of students today.
Thank you. My last question is, working within public agencies, have you ever had the opportunity to assist or to have financial oversight on one that's struggling?
Yes. coming from education, Mr. Roscoe knows very well that often the state does not give us the money that we need. In fact, in the community colleges, there are sometimes very sharp cutbacks, and you are spending money that you don't know you're going to get yet in the community college. So you have to project how much money you think you're going to get and plan your budget, and sometimes you don't get that money. So you have to take that budget and you have to reconcile it back so it will cover your expenses. And that's a very common ongoing thing in public education.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Anyone have any other questions for any other candidates? Any more questions?
I'm good.
I think I'm good. I have, for each of you, may I make a comment?
You may.
I made my own sheet here, and as you were speaking, but I went extensively through each of your applications and looked at it, and so you know what I did on my part.
We get a motion to maybe hit snooze again.
I like that.
I will vote to approve that motion, but since we don't have any more questions, I think we could move forward without adding more time. But
Unless there's further discussion, it's, I suggest the mayor entertain motions.
Okay. Do you have any questions for any of the candidates?
I have a question for you before we make any motions.
I'm good.
You're good?
Yeah.
Okay.
We've done a couple different things with the Finance Committee and some other committees that we've selected. So, and the mayor reorganization. Sometimes we have a second, sometimes we don't. What is our process tonight?
Since when you're appointing somebody to serve on a committee, which is a less formal position, and if it's the pleasure of the council and the mayor to move without a second, you can do that. And of course, the person isn't appointed unless there is a majority vote. But because you are appointing somebody to a council seat, which is a much more formal and important position within the city, my strong recommendation would be that you do it by a motion and a second. If there's a lack of a second, the motion dies, and there's no need to take a vote.
And then after the motion and the second, we entertain other motions and seconds before we begin to vote on the first one?
You would take a motion and a second, and then you would vote. If there's a majority, then the position's filled.
Okay.
Question.
Otherwise, you could have 5 motions on the floor, which would be inappropriate.
Okay.
Okay. Councilmember Roscoe?
No, so my understanding is that it's not going to be similar to what we've done in the past, where we put out motions.
Go ahead.
Why the change from how we did it how we done it with the committee to now with this process? Why is that different?
You can elaborate on the difference between the committees and the elected.
The committee appointment is a committee that's appointed by the council. It's a much less formal position, but here you're putting somebody in a position that normally would be an elected position, and so it should be done. The purpose of a second is to see whether there's support for the first. You can do it however you want to do it, but the problem is you could end up with 8 motions or 6 motions on the floor at one time. My suggestion would be to take a motion, a second, and then if it passes, then you've appointed somebody to fill the position. If it fails, then you go on to the next candidate. But it's your decision as council how you want to proceed.
I don't know about, I would like to see several nominations so that I can get an idea what's on the minds of my colleagues. And then, even if it means if each council member was to put a nomination, at least it won't be 4 nominations. It's not going to be 8 nominations for each candidate, but they would choose somebody. I would get an idea of what their feel is on terms of where I kind of would lie, and if my motion, my nomination is going to be different, then
Mayor, may I make a comment?
Are you finished?
Yeah. So, was I clear enough, or?
I ultimately, once you have a majority vote, are you suggesting that the highest vote getter be put in that position on the council, or?
Well,
once you have a majority, you would fill the seat.
Put up nominations, and then from those nominations, we could do the nominations by order, and then we take a vote first and a second. And at that point, if they get 3 votes or more, a majority, then
sure, you can do it that way.
Let me ask a point of clarification. I personally think we need to get a second, because if you don't get a second, you're not going to get 3 votes. So I think it goes without saying that we should do a motion and a second. I think one of the concerns that I could see where Mr. Roscoe might have is that not having if we just put up one motion and then a second and we vote on that person, then we haven't had the opportunity to make recognition of somebody else's name. But if we make a motion and a second and we don't get the 3 votes, then we can nominate someone next. And if we go back to that one and we don't get 3 votes, is there any stopping us from renominating someone that we already voted on? Because I think part of his concern is wanting to see where we all stand, and if I agree with Mr. Roscoe that if I vote for or against on the first motion, I may change my mind when I see the person that I was holding out for is not going to get the support to be on council, and then I may vote differently on the first one. So as long as we can vote and then bring back someone that's already been nominated and didn't receive the 3 votes, that would make me more comfortable.
Okay. So if, let's say, for example, candidate A is voted on and the vote is 3-1 against, then it would be essentially a motion for reconsideration of that, to bring that person back a second time for a vote. And so it would have to be somebody that voted in the majority that would be able to bring that back.
Okay.
So it's you're reconsidering that person's name.
Okay, so one of the supporters can bring it back after we've gone through the other nominations.
One of the majority voters. So if there was a 1 vote that was yes in favor of that person and 3 voted against that person, any one of the 3 that voted against that person.
And if it was a 2-2?
It was a 2-2, then I would say it's your pleasure. That there is no written rule on that in Rosenberg's. But if it's a 2-2, if you get 3 people that agree to reconsider it, then you've met I think the standard to reconsider it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any further questions from council? Do we have a motion?
So have you agreed on how you're going to approach this?
That's what I think that's where you're going to make a motion for, is how we're going to agree to do the process.
I think, yes, I would like the motion first and second. We vote on that candidate, and then if we don't get a majority, we entertain more motions for the next candidate.
I would agree.
That's a good one.
Good. All right.
Okay.
Yeah, and as far as the committee, the one committee that we had a similar discussion, and you agreed as a council on the way that you were going to go about filling that position.
Okay. So with that, do I have a motion from anyone on council?
Sure. I'd like to move that we nominate. I'd like to nominate Dr. Delacondon to fill the open seat.
I'll second.
Sorry, I'm not used to doing this part. So we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem White, a second by Mayor Lara to nominate or appoint Dr. Della Condon to the current city council vacancy. We'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Orozco?
No.
Councilmember Knight?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Lara?
Yes.
So 2-2.
I would like to make a motion. Mayor Lara?
Yes.
Motion to appoint Julio Martinez to the vacant seat.
We have no second. So motion dies. We have another motion.
I have a motion.
Councilmember Knight?
I move to approve Mr. Belinget to sit on our city council.
I'll second.
So we have a motion by Councilmember Knight, a second by Mayor Lara, to appoint or nominate Sean Belinget to fill the vacancy of the city council. Roll call vote. Councilmember Orozco?
I don't know how long I have here. No, not this time.
Councilmember Knight?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
No.
Mayor Lara?
Yes.
2-2 vote.
Question?
Yes, sir.
Point of order. If I may ask the city attorney and the city manager, what would be our options if, at this point, if we were to go through this again and we're not able to appoint, come to an agreement?
You'll need to call an election, and you have to do it within 60 days of the vacancy occurring.
And
it's one of the two.
And at this time, do we have, I mean, I know we had shared that particular number before, the amount?
The estimated amount, I believe, was...
Around 25,000.
Okay.
There was,
is that an estimate? I was hoping...
There was a range that they gave. Yeah.
I was kind of hoping that, the initial time that we got that number, giving the voter registrar's office a little more time, they would come back with a more specific number. I know they have done that in the past. For example, in Moreno Valley, where they've come with a specific number. They just needed some time.
I can make another motion. I don't think we're there yet.
Oh, okay. I'm just...
Yeah, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 other people that...
I'd like to move that we nominate Dr. Della Condon for the seat.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Mayor Pro Tem White, second by Mayor Lara, to appoint, nominate Dr. Della Condon. Roll call vote. Councilmember Orozco?
No.
Councilmember Knight?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Lara?
Yes.
2-2 vote.
I would like to make a motion. Mayor?
Yes.
Oops, sorry.
You don't have to make no more.
We switched
Talking to
seats.
Mike. Yeah.
Habits die hard. Councilmember Orozco?
Make a motion to nominate Julio Martinez, our city clerk.
In that case, since there was not a second on the motion, that motion will need to be made by one of the other three council members.
So I wouldn't be able to make that motion again?
Any of the other three council members can. The others were a tie vote, but that one was a motion without a second, so it should really be one of the other three that make that motion.
Okay, I see. But I can make any other motion, just not that motion.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can I make a comment?
Sure.
So, some of you know where I'm coming from. We have a green city council, is what I say. 3 of us are new, have been here for a year. I've been on 3 years. And so, for what I'm looking at is, I want someone that knows more than I do about the community, and that will take us in a direction that will fit with us, and that's where I'm coming from. And it's nothing against any of you that I voted no against. So, anyway, I would like to make a motion to put in Mr. Sean Belingett.
I will second.
Okay. Motion by Councilmember Knight, second by Mayor Lara to nominate Sean Belingett. Roll call vote. Councilmember Orozco?
No.
Councilmember Knight?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
No.
Mayor Lara?
Yes.
2-2 vote.
May I make a comment?
Councilmember Orozco?
One of my colleagues, thank you. I kind of differ on the comment that was, I disagree with the comment that was made. I don't think you need to be, totally involved. Even though I was, I ran in a lot of different circles than most community members. I know, I never seen Lloyd White in, AYSO soccer field or certain fields. I mean, we all ran in different circles, and I think we all up here can say the same thing about each other. And it doesn't necessarily mean we have to run in the same circles in order to be involved in the community or know the community. I know people that have been here in less than 2 years that know just as much as the person who's been here their whole life. Like one candidate had mentioned, this is not old Beaumont. This is entirely different community. It's dynamic, it's moving, it's growing. And what I'm looking for is somebody who's ready to come in off the ground, knowing the issues, and fit right in with the personalities that are up here, and who I'm able to work with in terms of, is it going to click or is it not going to click? I know that everybody, and I'm not going to put one candidate down over another, that they don't have love for this community, love for the city, but I think they all do. So I think we need to keep that in mind in terms of, are they ready to just jump in and click with the rest of us? Because I think that's all important, and then that might explain the deadlock that's up here in terms of who clicks with us and who doesn't, and how's that going to work for us to move forward as a group and being united and showing that continuance of what we're doing. So,
Make a comment.
Councilmember Knight?
I want to share something with you that I'm looking at. This is absolutely excruciating because I have high respect for you guys out there. And what I've seen is that new city councils can make huge mistakes, cost the city thousands of dollars in bad votes, where it's not intended that way. It's for lack of knowledge, lack of knowing, like planning commission issues, land use, lack of knowing things that will get you sued. There's a whole huge plethora of issues and it's tough to come on. So for myself, I'm not willing to make, I will stand behind Mr. Belingett, but I am not willing to go any farther than that. I would like to, if we can't come to a consensus, I want to hear from our community, because I think it's too risky. That's just my perspective. I've worked in the community, giving my time in our community for the past 10 years, from the time I've been here. I've worked on all kinds of different things in the community, from chairing Shop the Pass, for Shop Local, Shop the Pass. Mr. Belingett was the first person that actually pushed a Shop Local campaign here. And so that's where I am, and I will stand on that at this point in time.
Mayor, may I make a comment, please?
Yes. Mayor Pro Tem White?
You know, I heard from you, Councilmember Knight, on the first couple meetings that we were involved about an inexperienced council, Green Council. And I think this Green Council has done one hell of a job to turn the city around.
Yeah, that's, I didn't say that.
And
I apologize, but that's not what I meant.
I know, let me finish. And we turned the city around over the objection of the current council members at the time, and also working with an administration that had been entrenched in the city for 20 years and did everything that they could to stop us from turning the city around and for stopping us from finding out what was really going on in the city. And I, again, do not have anything negative about Mr. Belingett at all, and I hope you understand that. My concern is that because someone has an experience or has been very involved in all the groups and organizations that someone has been over the last 20 years, to me is not necessarily the deciding factor in who's going to help us continue to move forward and continue to make the kinds of decisions that we have to, that a lot of the old Beaumont, and I hate to use that term as well, but that a lot of the status quo that is still in place in Beaumont, in the chamber, in all of the other boards and agencies around. And I think that that Dr. Condon has the capabilities and the background to get up here and start helping us right away. And I think that that is why I'm sticking with Dr. Condon in my votes.
It's a very difficult decision that we're going through. I think we have well, actually we have 8 very qualified candidates. We have a candidate that we've already interviewed, Mr. Belingett, who's very involved with the community. We have a candidate that we've interviewed, Dr. Condon, who's got some background as far as teaching goes, running projects, Sacramento contacts. Both of these items are very important to the council, which is why it's very difficult for me to decide. But at this time, I think the benefit for council would be to have somebody who's got Sacramento contacts, that has that negotiating background with unions as far as, and to been on both sides of negotiations with unions and administrative. So that's where I'm at with this decision.
Yes, make a comment.
Councilmember Knight?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not basing my decision on working in the community. I'm basing my decision based on knowledge of sitting on our planning commission for years, on knowledge of how basically building and development, it's crucial when you come on this council that you understand those issues. I'm looking for what Jeff had, a unique history, our council member Fox, history of Beaumont. Mr. Belingett understands the city manager, city attorney form of government. Long-term dedication for the betterment of the community, yes. Firm grasp on city issues, yes. You've been at our council meetings. And so that's where I'm coming from. This is in no way a detriment to you, Dr. Condon. I think you're awesome. I voted for you on our Finance Committee, and I would like to see you really step up and interact more and have us get to know you more. But for me, that's where I stand respectfully with my other council members.
Councilmember Roscoe?
I hope to add something up here. Hopefully it will convince my colleagues to kind of reconsider, because I know this is kind of becoming a touch back and forth situation, but I think we've come, and I'm not accusing my council members that we've come with a pre-notion of who we're going to be selecting in advance or nothing like that, but having an open mind. And one of the questions I kind of want to reiterate that I had asked, which is important because something that Councilman White had pointed out was the fact that we cannot forget where we come from, what we've been through, and what we've gone through, and the things that we've found. And one of the questions I asked was if you can list some of the, or summarize, or list specifically on some internal audit or state audit critical issues. Even though I asked that question, both, Blingett and Dr. Condon could name certain specific ones, and to me that's critical because every time, and I'm just saying this, and I have a copy of that in my office where I do my agenda and I go through, and it reminds me, and I have particular ones highlighted, and when I look through the agenda and I go through some of the things, and I don't, again, it's a new day, but I look at where we have come, and I remind myself some of the things that we still continue to do. And I didn't hear some of those concerned issues, and that's where I feel short. And two of these candidates are, according to their resumes here, right? On paper, they look good, but I'm tired of hearing rhetoric. It's rhetoric, 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 and now I'm hearing that from my colleagues. Rhetoric, rhetoric. So we got to consider what's best for our city. Otherwise, a comment that was made by Brenda, Councilwoman Brenda, is, yeah, you're right. We should let the public speak. I'm suggesting maybe we can allow this to go to the voters. Allow the community speak and choose, and we can be done with it, because I do agree on that with you. I do. It should go to the community.
Let the community speak.
But not the, I mean, we gave this, I don't know if you're referring to the people here, because they already had that opportunity. Let's hear from the people that represent the population of the voters, and we may need to go to that. And that's why I was going back to the question of, which is an important question, how much is that going to cost us? And if I may, Mayor, at this point, we should have gotten an accurate number from the voter registrar's office. I don't want to overstep my boundary in doing staff's job, but this is something that I was hoping that we can get an accurate number of what it's going to look like. I mean,
Mayor, may I make a comment, please?
May I have my question answered?
22. We're only going to get a range from the county. We are not going to get a quote.
And that was 12 to 22.
It was
is what we
12 to
heard in the last
22.
meeting.
I'm guessing 20,000.
May I make a comment, Mayor?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
I think there's more of a cost to a special election than the $22,000 that we have to pay, because a special election doesn't happen until June, and that means we will be sitting here for 5 months with a council that can be deadlocked on 2-2s, and we are in a critical point in our recovery, that we don't put things on hold and that we continue to move forward. And I just think that it's more than just the dollar cost of a special election. I think it's also the cost of us being inactive for 5 months in such a critical time that we're in right now.
Mayor, you received another request to speak if you'd like to entertain that speaker.
We have to open it up again, Mayor.
Not at this time.
And the other thing is we're way over the time limit. We're out of compliance with our ordinance right now, so I need a motion to continue the clock.
I move we continue the clock for 15 minutes. This is a very important issue, and if we
I
can settle it
second that.
tonight,
Sorry.
then I think we need to do that.
Was that a second, Councilmember Knight?
Councilmember Knight.
Okay.
Yes.
so motion by White, second by Knight, to continue for 15 minutes. Roll call vote, Councilmember Orozco,
Aye.
Councilmember Knight,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White,
Yes.
and Mayor Lara.
Aye.
4-0.
Do you want to take a break?
Okay. Can we stop the clock, take a 5-minute break?
As we go into break, what I would counsel the council is to be careful about not discussing this matter with each other, because we wouldn't want, inadvertently to make this kind of decision outside of an open meeting.
So you force us to stay in here.
Okay, we're back in session. Mayor Pro Tem White, were you able to finish your comment?
I was, but I have a new one.
Okay. Mayor, I've got one. Want to kind of add on to what you had said. This is a perfect example of why we do need somebody, I think, and maybe there's going to be the need for some flexibility up here on council to try to see how to move forward on this, because if we do spend the money that we're going to need for a special election, the benefit is going to be short-term. It's going to be a 5-month, maybe, at the most, for roughly 12 to 22,000. So I think in that regard, we may need to kind of look and see where we can be flexible to try to get somebody appointed. With the folks that we're discussing about tonight, I don't think we can make a bad decision. All are very highly qualified, but I do think we need to maybe look at other points of view. Councilmember Roscoe, you had a comment?
No, I was suggesting that, we kind of get a little creative in terms of how we're up here and make this more of a civil debate and discussing, specific reasons why we support a certain candidate or why not. Maybe through that process we are able to kind of find out, open our perspectives on certain candidates. And that might give us the opportunity to open our points of view from hearing from others, and maybe even wanting to consider making another different nomination. So,
Mayor, may I make a comment?
Mayor Pro Tem White?
I'm going to be presumptuous and state the obvious. You do realize, Mr. Orozco, that you are the swing vote here. That if you were, I'm just stating the obvious, and I'm being presumptuous that the rest of us are stuck in our position. That if you were to nominate one of the two people that the other three colleagues are very supportive of, that person would most likely be sitting up here in a few minutes. Just stating the obvious there.
May I have a follow-up question?
For me, sure.
Yeah, sure, yeah. Sure. We're having a discussion, a debate up here, so I'm going to make it civil as possible. Well, why do you assume that? Why do you assume that I'm the...
It's math. I'll explain to you.
Okay.
When Dr. Condon's name was mentioned, Mike and I voted for Dr. Condon. When Mr. Belinget's name was mentioned, Mike and Brenda voted for Mr. Belinget. So if you were to vote for either one of the two, then we'd have our next council member. And I'm being presumptuous because I'm assuming that Mayor Lara and Councilmember Knight have not changed their position. I haven't.
So, okay, no, I'm glad you answered that. So, maybe you three are sitting on the wrong side, and maybe you need to look at my perspective and saying, maybe let's compromise and look at maybe my previous recommendation, my nomination, and come to terms of, okay, why does it have to be me? We need to look at another candidate in terms of that and say, okay, what can we come to compromise with? I don't consider myself the swing vote at all, but if you want to see it that way, I can understand. So at this point, I mean, I know I can't make the nomination again, but I think I'm stuck with our city clerk Julio Martinez. I think he has both sides of Sean Belinget, and as well as Dr. Condon. I think what we're not missing is the obvious here that was stated by Mr. Weiner that I saw outside again, making the comment. This is the obvious. And if Nancy Carroll was a candidate, I mean, I think she would be another obvious, just to the fact that we need somebody that really is deep in, excuse my language, and for the viewers can bleep me out, crap that we're in. I think, we've been down this road before. And I think Julio Martinez really understands what we're in. I think dynamics-wise, I know for me personally, this is where I'm coming from. I know he won't offend me, as some council members have done. I don't see myself disarguing with him because I don't think that's his personality. I think each of us play a different dynamic role here. Councilwoman Brenda has her specific personality. Councilman White does, Laura does, I do. I just don't see myself working well with certain candidates that have been nominated. And I'm trying to put that piece here with all of us and kind of play that out. And I'm having a difficult time, and I'm sure you've seen it. I've been, and maybe you guys can help me here in the process. Maybe we need to come up with another process. Because if I'm the swing vote, then convince me. Okay, convince me that you're a candidate instead of just doing the rhetoric that I've been hearing and going back and forth. Convince me.
Mayor Knight, Mayor Laura, may I respond?
Yes.
Okay. I believe that everything I've been saying tonight is my opinion, my belief, my position. The term rhetoric actually means, it doesn't mean inconsequential comments. Rhetoric is actually, I believe, I looked up the definition a while ago, and it's more just the idea of conversation. It's really not, and I don't believe I've said anything of any rhetoric. Everything that and I'll make the argument again, I believe that we have turned the corner in a very important time in the history of the city, and I think that it's very important that I know some discount this, but I think it's very important that in the election in 2016 in November that the community gets to make this choice. I would love to have a special election where the community could weigh in and make the choice, but I'm not willing to sacrifice 5 months of progress. So I believe that with the background that Dr. Condon has provided, she has proven that she can work with lots of different agencies, with people with different personalities. I think she would be a complement to our council. She has the knowledge and the background working with state agencies. She brings to the table here some issues that none of us have any expertise in. That's community college work. I think it's important for the city of Beaumont that we bring a community college to Beaumont of some sort. We need to have more vocational training. We need more higher education training to build the kind of labor market that businesses other than warehouses want to come and support us. I think that there's no way that we can go wrong with Dr. Condon, and I think that she brings to the table a lot of the skills that we don't have. And I think she would complement us better than Mr. Belingett.
I would support her for school board, definitely, with that argument.
I have a question. We've got two candidates that we've got motions and seconds on. Is there any way to make a motion to consider just those two candidates?
Well, the approach that you've established for this is a motion and a second. So there was not a motion and a second for Mr. Martinez. So absent one of you making a motion, he's not up for reconsideration. But you could go all night doing this, right, going around and around. So you may, and you will have to call an election if you cannot agree. If you cannot come to an agreement, you will have to call an election. It's not optional. You could continue this matter to the next meeting.
Still be in the time frame.
And still, we have until the 13th of February to either call an election or appoint somebody to fill the vacancy.
And how would this process happen in the next meeting if we did? I mean, do we start from scratch? Do we?
Well, a motion for reconsideration has to be made at the meeting where the vote occurred or at the very next meeting. So it can be done at this meeting or the very next meeting. And really what you're doing here is you're having motions for reconsideration, essentially, of decisions that have failed for lack of a majority. The rule generally is that anybody that voted in the majority can make a motion to reconsider, but you don't have a majority when you have a tie vote. So anyway, it's your decision how you want to proceed, but you're going to have to come to an agreement among the four of you, or you're going to have to call a special election, one of the two.
May I make a motion?
You may.
Make a motion to postpone this item to the next agenda. If I'm the swing vote, then, you know, I think it's in best interest. If not, then if you don't think so.
You're out of order. There's no second on that. I'd like to make a motion to see if we can just consider, if count would consider two candidates, Sean Blingett and Dr. Condon, and discuss those two for a vote. To see if we can get a majority for one of those two candidates.
Point of order.
Yes.
I mean, is that legally possible? My question is, we're blocking out the process in terms of the democratic process up here, in terms of if we come to a deadlock, we're positioning ourselves to not be able to go any further. If one of us wants to come back and call another candidate, I don't think that's appropriate.
Well, I think the argument you make is correct, that you would be limiting yourself to two people to the exclusion of the other applicants that came here tonight. However, I don't think it's inappropriate or unlawful to narrow the field down in order to try to get to an agreement. So you can choose to narrow the field down for tonight's discussion. You could limit it to just tonight if you wanted to, or on a going forward basis. But it's not inappropriate to narrow the field down as part of the decision-making process.
So the motion is still good?
What was the motion again? Sorry.
The motion was to narrow the field to the two candidates, Sean Blingett and Dr. Condon.
I have a question. I can't make a second on that because I'm not fully understanding what the process will be. And if someone else makes a second, I'll end up not being able to support it because I don't understand what that's going to bring us. I mean, we're still going to be having to present one name first and then the other one second, and we still have to go through the voting. I mean, I guess we could have more conversation. I really think that this is important we get it done tonight. I'd like to hear, you know, I've tried to make my case as best I could for Dr. Condon, and I think Mayor Laura has made a pretty good case as well. Councilmember Knight, can you maybe tell us what shortfalls you see in Dr. Condon as far as moving forward? I know that we have a motion on the floor, but no second.
There's no second.
May I speak?
So that
Yeah,
motion
we didn't have a
dies.
second, so the motion dies.
Oh, okay.
Councilmember Knight?
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I was thinking Dr. Condon is awesome, and I apologize. I can't believe I'm so embarrassed. I'm sorry. I think you're wonderful. I'm really sorry. That's so embarrassing. That is a glitch that I will never live down. I'm sorry. And I think you are awesome. I think you're top-notch. That's not my issue. My issue is that we have numerous community leaders here tonight that represent huge blocks of people in our community. There's a voice there. And that voice I'm listening to. It's telling me something. Our community leaders, I don't know how many hundreds of people that these people reach on a regular basis. And they have worked with Mr. Blingett. And they know him well, okay, better than I do. I really, for myself, I get hung up on I think Jeff brought us a perspective of the community of Beaumont that Mr. Belingett has. He's kind of a crossover of old and new. And that perspective is different. It's different. And it's not, Dr. Condon, that is no negative on you. It's just that from my work in the community and being out and about for many years, I'm listening to voices, blocks of voices. And for myself, that's why I'm there. I want that understanding of how things were done here. It's a good thing to understand not to make the same mistakes twice. And I think Sean has that ability where he was more involved in the Planning Commission than I was, for sure. And to me, that's very important because it does, you get that unique perspective from the barrio to, you know, things that the city did wrong down there. So we don't make those same mistakes and the things we did right. But so that's where I am. That's part of the issue.
May I respond to your comments there, Mayor?
That's up to the mayor.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
You know, I agree that that it's important that we find a candidate who can represent large blocks of our community. We have a very large block of our community in Solera, as well as Four Seasons, and we are not represented. There is no one up here on council, and there hasn't been anyone representing the folks in Solera or Four Seasons. And I think currently, with our recent issues with Solera and the problems that we've had with the CFD fundings for Solera and the mistakes that were made there, that I think it would be very valuable to have a voice on the council that is in Solera and that is knowledgeable with the people in Solera. Now, I know that you talked about community leaders, and in the conversations I've had with Dr. Condon, she has a lot of interaction with a lot of the religious leaders in the community, as well as a lot of the people involved in I lost my train of thought. But I think we have an opportunity here to bring representation to a huge block of the city that right now has no representation up here on council. So my argument would be that I think Solera and Four Seasons could be well represented by someone who was a resident of one of those communities.
Sure. Councilmember Orozco?
Yeah. If I may, maybe it will make my decision a little quicker and determining, instead of going back and forth with debating with each other here. If I may entertain a motion to allow those two candidates to come up, and I have some questions. Would that help? If not, then yeah. But it's a motion. If you don't support that motion or that recommendation, then we don't have to give more time. It's up to you guys.
That was a motion?
Yeah, to add more time. So allow me to ask questions. Us to ask questions as a council.
So motion to add more time.
15 minutes.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Orozco,
Aye.
second by Mayor Lara, to add
get this
15
moving.
minutes to the clock. Councilmember Orozco?
Aye.
Councilmember Lee?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Lara?
Aye.
I'd like to make a motion that out of that 15 minutes, we limit it 5 minutes to questions to each candidate, and that if anyone else would like to follow up questions from Mr. Orozco, that we are able to do that. So recognizing that we need to share 5 minutes per candidate.
Yes, I was going to do that. I was going to ask the same question to the same candidate.
Is that a second?
So, yeah.
Wait a second.
Yeah, that was going to be my motion for Councilman White suggested it, so.
I'll second.
Set the podium timer for 5 minutes.
Can you take roll call on that, Councilmember White's, Mayor Pro Tem White's motion?
I think we had a consensus. I don't know if we have to vote on the 5 minutes per.
I didn't realize that was a motion. I thought it was just...
Consensus?
We have a motion and a second. Do we have to vote on it?
No, you have consensus.
Okay.
Just, you're dividing up the time.
Okay. So may I go ahead?
Sure.
Okay. So it comes down to specific,
We're going to bring each candidate up, right?
Yeah. So I'm going to let them know before they come up and use that time, so they don't encroach in their time at all. I'm going to be very specific here in terms of if my colleague's perspective is on the swing vote, then so be it, and then I'm going to take it as that, and maybe it needs to come down to some serious issue questions in terms of what we're dealing with up here. So I'm going to be open. I hope you're being honest and truthful. I'm going to consider this to be it's part of the interview. My colleagues can comment on your comments, and I think it's important to also put you on record as well on these issues. And maybe, City Attorney, if I go too far in asking the question, you can allow me to know if I'm going too far. But I don't think so. So the question is, I think one of the biggest concerns that we're going to be coming down with in probably the next agenda item for our workshop, and I think that's coming down the road. There's a couple of issues. One is the wastewater treatment facility, and if you've been paying attention and following along, which is you said you can jump up here and deal with these next issues here that we're going to be dealing with. One is the wastewater treatment facility. And the options that we're going to be dealing with. And you've heard them, you've heard us discussed about them as council, as well as the issue with Potrero coming up, and I think those are the two big issues for me as well, and I would like to hear their comments about that. So what do you understand about that particular project, and the third item issue, if the council will allow to address too as well, is the growth initiative that has been proposed, the anti-growth initiative that's been proposed to the community. I would like your opinion on those three topics. This may help me to decide which direction is best for our community that I feel that I represent my constituents. So I don't mind who goes first.
You want to? We'll do it in alphabetical order.
Sean Blingett.
I'm going to say ladies go first. That's okay. No.
So to address those specific issues, wastewater treatment, I believe that the city, there needs to be a complete analysis of the wastewater treatment plant and whether or not it functions in to the needs that are required by the city. I believe that qualified consultants should do that review, but I believe it to be an asset to the city. I think it would be wrong for that asset to go in the hands of the Yucaipa Valley. Yucaipa Valley that would then control the wastewater, would control the fees, and the city of Beaumont would be locked out from that decision making. So I see that as an important thing, get a handle on what its capacity is now, how much treatment can be done, what its ultimate capacity is, how much growth it can facilitate, and then possibly what needs to be done to upgrade that facility. I think it would be wrong to divest ourselves of an asset like the wastewater treatment facility. Potrero, some people may say that Potrero should be stopped. I don't believe it should be stopped. I believe that Potrero may be an opportunity for economic development within the city, and that's something that's vitally needed. At a time when we are in a tenuous financial situation, that growth will be necessary. When you increase the tax base here within the city, there will be a certain amount of growth associated with it. If we're looking for commercial growth and for businesses to come, those are based on rooftops. Some calculation the businesses do. If the demographics aren't here, they won't come. Mark, what was the third issue?
Kind of goes along with what you're talking about in the second one. The initiative
Yeah, the initiative for growth,
Let me
that
correct-
initiative
I'm
that
sorry.
was brought forth.
Let me correct myself real quick, because I made a wrong statement. I'm going to correct myself. I don't want to call it an anti-growth initiative. The initiative to limit rooftops permits, building permits, to 350. That was the initiative. So I want to correct myself.
I saw the initial initiative. I was here when former Planning Commission member Sam Padalano got up and spoke. I did talk to him in the hallway after he made that proposition. I asked him to send me a copy of it. He did not. But the sense that I got, and it's, you all know, I stood up and spoke out against that initiative when it was brought forth. I don't know that it was fully vetted. I don't know that they absolutely understood what the end result that they wanted from it was, and I'm not sure either. What they put forth was that growth in the city had outpaced infrastructure, and yet the greatest amount of growth that we ever had was 350 homes a year, and they did not want to limit it below 350. They wanted to limit it at 350. So if the hypothesis is there that growth at 350 overtaxed our infrastructure, then why limit it at 350? So I don't think they fully understood the initiative as it was put forth. But I would certainly listen to all sides of the argument. I believe in growth. I believe in controlled growth. I believe in appropriate growth. The city has a general plan. We have a general plan that puts forth the outline for growth in the city.
Follow-up question.
We only have 5 minutes. May I ask a follow-up question first, please? I thought we agreed to 5 minutes to be shared. How much time you have left on your clock there?
I didn't realize.
A minute 54.
Okay.
Okay.
Tim White?
So you've been here long enough in our council meetings to understand that what we learned in the last year is that every new home we purchase, we have to share the property taxes with the county, 75%, 25%. You also are aware that the Potrero interchange has been priced between $60 and $80 million, and you're also probably aware that in order to keep our water sewage plant and not work with Beaumont, Cherry Valley, or Yucaipa for a regional solution, that we're looking at $60 million to upgrade the plant and probably another $60 million for a desalination plant. So that's $200 million, and every home that we add here costs us more than the services we can provide. So knowing all of that, unless you dispute some of that, how does that jive with your comments about the three issues? Can you bring it together? Where would we get the money to do all of those things?
Well, your question posits that growth in the city will overtax the wastewater treatment. Is that what you're saying?
That's not what I'm arguing right now. That's for another day. What I'm arguing is each new house that we bring is taxing the fire and police that we already aren't able to provide. Because each new house we bring, the CFDs do not allow for any money to go to police and fire. And for a home that's worth about $300,000, the city brings in about $170,000, $200,000 a year for a family of 3 or 4 people living in that house.
What's the cost to the city for that house?
The cost of the city for the house?
What is the tax on the city to its public safety, to the fire and the police?
We don't know that.
And that's the answer. We don't know what that is.
So we do know that
it requires a full, detailed analysis of the costs and benefits.
Well, each one of our police are between. I don't want to get into that, but it's definitely more than $170 a month, $170 a year for a family of 4. I can tell you that much, especially when we are already short police and fire support.
So would you then posit that a zero growth is best for the city, or limiting the growth to 350 homes a year?
I think that there's a direction that we can go that 350, as you said, your argument was, well, 350 was the maximum that we've built over the last 7-8 years. Before that, we built 2,000 and 1,000. Now, the way you haven't read it, but it's online so you can look at it, but the way the growth ordinance reads is that all of the vested properties, and we're going to get a memo from our city attorney in a future meeting as to what a vested property is. But developers like Pardee, who's already got 2,000 homes coming in Sundance, and looking for lots more in Fairway Canyon, this is not going to stop growth for 2 years. Those folks all have their properties vested, so that means in the next 2 years, we're going to have 1,000 or 2,000 new homes a year. So that's 4,000 new homes in the next 2 years. Some analysis I saw showed an average of 927 homes a year going over the next 5 years. 5,000 homes, between 10 and 20,000 people in the next 5 years. No, that is not good for where we are in Beaumont. So I'm just trying to figure out how we would get the money to do the wastewater treatment plant. And I mean, I agree with you. We need to analyze what we have and determine which direction to go.
That's really the answer, is it really needs to be reviewed in detail. And you can't make an answer just with limited information. But the best answer that I can give you right now is not to divest ourselves of the wastewater treatment plant without a full analysis.
Agreed, and I'm not arguing against that at all. Yeah. I'm just wondering where we get the money for the Potrero, and if to you, if 450 homes is okay, then is 1,000 homes?
The question for me really became on that specific issue, and I don't want to take Dr. Condon's time, but was developer rights. If there are vested rights and vested agreements that are in place, and those are not limited by the growth, then who does it really affect? Is it the infills in town? Is it my daughter who may want to
because 50 of the 350 homes are infill. What it affects is it affects 10 years, a growth rate of 5 years that I said brings in 5,000 homes. A 10-year growth rate brings in 10,000 homes, and again, in 10 years, do we want 15,000 people here?
We've exceeded the time.
Thank you for your questions.
Thank you.
Mr. Orozco, I'm sorry, Councilmember Orozco, I'd appreciate if you would enumerate those questions one at a time so that I can make sure I get them all.
Absolutely. So the question, first issue that we're going to, let me go back. So the three issues that I posed a question to that I would like you two to answer was, one, what's your opinion and your concerns, your opinion towards, one, the wastewater treatment facility that we're dealing with. Two, it was the Potrero project. And three, the initiative that's been proposed by the community.
Okay, thank you. First, Councilmember Knight, I just want to let you know that I certainly forgive you for that. It's not the first time that's happened to me. And I used to tell my students, if you can't pronounce my name, call me Dr. C. So that worked out just fine. So please don't feel badly. I'm sorry, but with all due respect, and I just have to be who I am and I have to be real, it's the kind of talk that I've just heard that got us where we are right now. How do I feel about the growth initiative? That is a symptom. That is telling you that people are very concerned. That has originated from the population here in Beaumont. I don't think that the word developer is a dirty word. I have a beautiful home because a developer was willing to put his money on the line so I could have a beautiful, energy-efficient home. I am not anti-growth in any shape or form, but that initiative is a symptom that the people are very angry about what's been going on in Beaumont. We've got to do something different. I think that communication between reasonable people can perhaps bring about a resolution to this issue of growth. If we outbuild our infrastructure, which we're at the point of doing now, and we're only getting 25% of the taxes that each house brings in, it's very obvious at some point we're not going to be able to meet the needs of the community. So we have to have reasonable discussions with our developers and the community together so that we end up somewhere that is sustainable. In relation to the Potrero project, I'm sorry, but I heard the word tax income. That's not going to go over well with the voters if we're talking about more tax on the population. Again, where's the money going to come from? And I know some of these agreements have been made long, long ago. But here's something I want to put out there. If there were things going on while these agreements were made that are questionable in nature, and those turn out to be identified, all of those agreements are not necessarily binding. But again, I think communication with the community is the only way we can approach this limited growth initiative. I don't know where I stand on that issue because it puts me in a quandary. I don't know that we need a specific number, but I know we need to work with the developers to make sure that they're helping to pay their share from the money that they are gaining from the building that they're doing here. We are where we are now because we have outbuilt our ability to deal with what we have. And the water issue, again, as I said earlier, the things that get you in trouble are not the things that you don't know. They're the things you know that you're mistaken about. We have to get all of the information about this wastewater treatment plant. I know right now we're at 75% capacity. I know a lot about Beaumont. I didn't talk with you about all of the things that I know about this city. I meet with a group called Concerned Citizens of Beaumont. And Councilmember Knight, there are a number of us, and our whole focus has been, as you've seen me here at the council, is to support you in the job that you're doing. We believe in you and we support you. It's a large group of people. My husband raised 4 children working for a contractor and a developer. So as I said, I don't think that developer or contractor is a dirty word. I'm willing to work with the contractors, but in a way that does not disadvantage the taxpayers of Beaumont. I think all of you want the same thing. And I think there's a middle ground somewhere. We just need to find it.
Mr. Mayor, before we do follow-up questions, I just want to state that we should be careful. You know, this is an opportunity to interview the candidates, but we should be careful not to engage in discussions, for example, deciding whether to build Potrero or, you know, these various topics. It's their opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
I knew I was treading on very, very careful ground there.
I'm just using that as it's the interaction that you're discussing, going back and forth. Yeah.
Okay. We need to make a motion for another 10 minutes.
I move for 10.
I'll second that motion.
Motion by Councilmember Knight, second by Councilmember Orozco to add additional 10 minutes to the clock. Roll call vote, Councilmember Orozco.
Aye.
Councilmember Knight.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White.
No.
Mayor Lara.
Yes.
3-1.
If I may have a follow-up question, then I don't want to go back and forth.
Let me just see if we have, do we have any other questions from council for this candidate?
No, I'm...
Go ahead.
Okay. Your idea, your solution, I mean, I'm going to go a step further here. I mean, in terms of any ideas, I mean, I have ideas that I would like to see, and I'm not going to discuss those up here because it's not my opportunity to. I already have those ideas and those notions what I want to do. I would like to hear my colleagues, because that's, if you were going to be up here, just as I do to Councilman White and Councilman Brenda, I want to make sure that I want to be addressing these questions, and I want to know in terms of what are some of your solutions that you recommend on some of these items here, on the issues that I just pointed out. What solutions can you bring to the table?
Well, I would like to hear the perspective of all of my fellow council members. I'd like to sit in closed session and hear the information that currently I'm not privy to, and listen to your arguments, listen to your ideas, and then I will share with you what mine might be when I have the complete information. I have not been part of the planning department here in Beaumont. I think that is a definite asset, because I think I have different things to bring to the table.
Do you have any additional questions?
That was her response.
Thank you very much, Doctor.
Thank you.
Can I ask Mr. Billingett to ask that same question?
Mr. Billingett, Mr. Orozco would like to ask you the same question.
Just to be fair, the question was, now that we've talked about these 3 issues, do you have any solutions that you can bring to the table? Not have hearing what we've discussed here in open council, not necessarily in closed discussion, but what you've heard And is there any solutions that you can bring to the council in terms of ideas and ways where we can approach these issues?
You know, Mark, I wish there was something that I could tell you that was different, but I believe that Dr. Condon had the right answer. The appropriate answer is to engage with the rest of the council in conversation and discussion about those issues. There is further information that would probably be gleaned in closed session that would help to make a more informed decision.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Blanket.
I nominate Dr. Condon to fill the position up here on the dais.
I'll second.
Motion by Mayor Pro Tem White, second by Mayor Lara to nominate Dr. Condon to fill the vacancy of City Council. Roll call. Councilmember Orozco.
No.
Councilmember Knight.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem White.
Yes.
Mayor Lara.
Yes.
2-2.
I move that we continue this item to the next meeting, bringing back just the, not going through the whole process of interviewing and listening to all the candidates again. Is that something I can motion?
It's a motion to continue the item.
Okay.
And then to limit the discussion to the two candidates, is that what
That's
you're
my motion,
suggesting?
correct.
I'll second.
So we have a motion to continue item 4A to the next city council meeting and limit the discussion to the two candidates, Dr. Condon and Sean Belinget. And I'm sorry, that was a motion by Mayor Pro Tem White and a second by Mayor Lara.
Yes.
Roll call vote. Councilmember Orozco?
May I make a motion?
There's a motion on the table.
Do you want me to repeat
We're taking
it?
roll call.
No.
Is that your vote?
Yes.
Okay.
No.
Sorry.
No.
I didn't know if you were answering my question. Councilmember Knight?
I would say yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Lara?
Yes.
Okay, motion stands 3-1.
We're going to have to sleep on this one.
Yeah, definitely.
I was going to make a motion to make a nomination. So.
Can we give the audience a minute?
Yeah.
Nomination.
We can rescind it.
Serious? Yeah, that's why I was asking. Nobody asked me, so.
You have to speak louder. for good growth. Past founders.
Hey.
Sorry. Past founders.
All right, I'm still here.
Still thought you were the best candidate.
Elizabeth,
Still here.
I can make that motion.
Yeah, 'cause there's some things we...
Call the meeting back to order.
Okay, item 4B, Small Business Growth Program. Mayor, I'd like to continue this to the next meeting, and I would like to recommend that we schedule a special meeting for next week. We currently have a standing financial committee tentatively scheduled for the 25th, and I'd like to ask the city treasurer if we can move that to the 26th and have our special meeting on the 25th so that our city attorney can attend. The city attorney is not available on the 26th.
Can we take out our phones because I'm going to check my calendar?
So that'd be Tuesday the 25th?
Tuesday.
Monday, the 25th?
Monday the 25th.
I just need to confirm with the city treasurer that we can move the standing financial to the 26th.
Okay.
Can we do the, oh, you can't make
Mayor?
it for Tuesday.
Maybe bring up the issue of appointment on that day as well? Or do we have to push it back the whole 2 weeks?
I can put it on the calendar for next week, on the agenda for next week.
You want to do that?
The sooner the better.
For which?
The question is we
The
want to...
city council vacancy scheduled for next week instead of the 2nd.
Well, what wasn't the motion to continue it to the next meeting?
Yes, it was.
And I think the motion was the next meeting,
So
if
if
I
we have a
recall.
special meeting, it would be at that time. Or then is it the next regularly scheduled meeting?
Yes.
I think it's...
I don't have the motion written down in front of me, but I believe the motion was to continue the item to the next meeting and limit it to the two
Discussion
candidates.
of Dr. Condon and Sean Belinga.
I have a comment about the 25th, and my daughter is getting a proclamation from another city council that night, and
that's a big deal.
I can, if there's no other day that we can do it, I'll do it, but I've missed a lot of things for both my kids, and I know we all have, but I would like to be there. I can get here at 6:30.
Do you want to look at the 27th?
I can get here at 6:30 if it's a light. I mean, if it's if we can plan. I'm okay staying as late as I need to. Okay, but I know that these guys aren't that way. So,
Night owls?
Well, let me out. Madam Treasurer, my recommendation was to continue some of these items to a special meeting next week. The Standing Financial Committee was scheduled for the 25th. We will not have a city attorney present if we have a special meeting on the 26th. So my recommendation to council was to schedule a special meeting on the 25th and move the Standing Financial to the 26th.
Okay.
We have not posted the agenda yet.
I'm all right with that. We'll just have to send out the notice of
Correct.
change immediately. And I did get a message from the alternate that they may not have gotten the original notice. So let's make sure we add the alternate to make sure that that happens.
Okay. So my recommendation stands that we schedule a special meeting for the 25th at whatever time council chooses.
Well, we wouldn't have any closed session for that special meeting. It would just be to address the agenda items that we're going to continue.
I can't promise that.
And can we make sure the item which we have moved to the next meeting be placed on there, the vacancy?
yeah, I think we already agreed to that.
Certainly.
Yeah.
Yes, I would certainly do that.
I didn't get consensus. It was just a discussion and it went this way, so, okay.
What time would you like to do that?
Well, I can do it. I can be here by 6:30. I mean, you could
Does that give
put.
you enough time?
You could put consent agenda on before I'm here. I mean, yeah, it starts at 6, but you know how city council meetings are.
Oh, gosh.
So I really would like to make it, but like I said, I understand my role here, and I'm okay if that's the only option that we have. So unless you want to do it at 4 and get me out of here by 6.
Well, now you're talking.
Yeah.
Or are you with 6:30? Does that work for...
You talking to me?
I don't know who you're looking at.
I thought you were talking.
You're looking at her, you're looking at me.
6:30 work for you?
You know me, I make anything work. I'm your guy that makes anything work, so.
All right, I'll remember that.
Hope you do.
I'm good.
So we'll go ahead and schedule this special meeting for Monday, the 25th, beginning at 6:30?
Correct. So what I would like to do is take item B, C.
Wait a minute, I lost my agenda. So mixed up with this stuff.
Well, let's do B and C continued, and my recommendation is I'd like to place those on the consent calendar at the next meeting.
Okay.
So Monday the 25th at 6:30, correct?
Correct.
Can you address on 4B, I had a concern about how it would be applied evenly. I know it was mentioned
action.
in there.
Yeah. I can put it on action.
If you could.
Okay.
Thanks.
So put the item 4B on action and move 4C to the consent?
Correct.
Okay. I'm good with that.
Do I need a motion for that to continue?
I move that we continue 4B to the consent, or the action item on the next council meeting, and 4C to the consent agenda on the next council meeting.
I second that.
So we have a motion by White and a second by Knight. Roll call. Councilmember Orozco?
Aye.
Councilmember Knight?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Lara?
Aye.
4-0. Okay, item 4D.
I need to recuse myself from this item.
Okay, and the reason for your recusal is that you live about 503 feet from the project.
Correct.
Proposed project. Do you want to, or would you like me to? Okay. On this item, you recall that there were 2 prior tolling agreements that came before the council. Both were approved. The current tolling agreement between the City of Calamasa, CV Communities, and the City of Beaumont is set to expire on February 1st. The parties have been engaged in settlement communications, and I think that the developer is here this evening, and he probably, well, he knows more than I do about the status of those discussions, because they've been primarily between Calamasa, CV Communities, and WRCOG. But anyway, at the last council meeting, when you voted on the second amendment to the tolling agreement, which prevented a lawsuit from being filed or significantly decreased the odds of a lawsuit being filed as the parties tried to pursue settlement, the council gave the instruction that they wanted to see some progress on the settlement efforts before they would vote to extend the tolling period further. And so there have been discussions that are ongoing between Calamasa, WRCOG, CV Communities to settle the potential claim by Calamasa for based on CEQA grounds. And like I said, I think the developer, CV Communities, is here tonight and can give you any update that he has on it. But what you have before you is a tolling agreement that would simply toll the statute of limitations through March 1 of 2016, an additional 30 days to allow the parties to try to resolve their differences and avoid costly litigation.
Thank you. Do we have anyone wishing to speak on this item?
This is for D. Yes, Mayor, we actually have two speakers.
Here, I'll go ahead and open public comment at 10:10.
First speaker, Mike White, was applicant.
Thank you. Mike White with CV Communities. Can you hear me? Been down. As you know, this has been a long-going process. The thing that's been delayed us in our settlement with Calamasa has been WRCOG, but I'm happy to report that early in January we did get our WRCOG agreement approved by the executive board, and so that actually paves the way for us to pay TUM fees to WRCOG, and it also has set aside some funds for the Beaumont or for the Cherry Valley interchange. And so now that that's been done, and we can move forward with settling with Calamasa on their CEQA claim. And so really what we're doing right now, in fact, we had a meeting this afternoon with their legal counsel and our legal counsel, is come up with the terms and a credit agreement essentially that puts a mechanism in place for the money to be spent for the interchange, and us getting full credit for WRCOG for that expenditure. And we can get that done between now and March 1st. But I appreciate that because the litigation really just lines the pockets of the attorneys, I think, and we don't really get anywhere. And I think there's a method to come to kind of final conclusion on this as we move forward.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker, Judy Bingham.
Judy Bingham, 115 Minnesota. Mayor Lara, until Beaumont's financial situation and until they can provide services, Mr. White is dreaming because LAFCO is not going to annex them into the city of Beaumont. And so I would suggest that he stop wasting everyone's time and money. And by money, I mean legal fees.
Thank you for your comment.
No further speakers.
No further speakers. I'll close the public comment at 10:12.
I move to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, so you have discussion? Or?
Yes. One clarification to legal. What would be the benefit for us to approve of this or not approve of this, or to stay neutral?
Your mic.
Sorry about that. To approve of this or not to approve, what's our position legally?
The benefit to the city is as follows. The city of Calamasa threatened to sue the city and the developer over the project on CEQA grounds, claiming that the city hadn't adequately considered potential traffic impact, and there were some other arguments that they made. In order to avoid the filing of a lawsuit and allow the parties an opportunity to try to resolve their differences and address Calamasa's concerns so that it wouldn't sue to stop the project and force us to incur attorney fees to defend the CEQA claim, the parties agreed to extend the statute of limitations, enter into a tolling agreement to extend the statute of limitations while the parties try to negotiate a resolution. Had there not been a tolling agreement in place, then Calamasa likely would have filed its lawsuit a long time ago, and we'd be deep into this thing in attorney fees. Right now, the statute of limitations will run on February 1st, so if we don't extend it, there's a good chance that Calamasa will file its suit against the city of Beaumont and the developer in order to preserve its rights and not lose its CEQA claim due to the passing of the statute of limitations. By extending it till March 1st, you give them an opportunity to resolve their differences, and perhaps we avoid litigation altogether. So that would be the benefit. It's always better if the parties can work out their differences than incur a lot of money in attorney fees litigating over a CEQA issue.
at any point in supporting this or denying it, it just allows the parties to continue and to speak. It doesn't show our support or
For the project, no.
Because I do have particular concerns about this project that I would like to be addressed, some ideas that I would like to present to my colleagues. So, what I don't want...
Voting on the extension.
Yeah, it's just give them 30 more days to see if they can resolve their differences so that Calamasa doesn't run into court and file its lawsuit, and then we're forced to answer it. And, sometimes once litigation is initiated, it can take on a life of its own, and it can become expensive very quickly for all three parties. So I certainly recommend giving all the parties involved that additional 30 days because the city, it can't really afford another lawsuit, especially one that doesn't benefit us to, increase the odds of being sued. I mean, we have,
I'll just come in for the record before I make my comment, if it's possible, that I'm supportive of this for the to approve this item, but doesn't mean in no way, in shape, or form does it show that I support this project at this time. So,
thank you. Councilmember Knight.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. White, maybe you can refresh my memory, but didn't this project go to the Supreme Court of the State of California?
Yes, it did. It's one of the projects that I've been involved in. It's been litigated all the way to the Supreme Court. It actually was upheld at the appellate court, and the Supreme Court decided not to hear it, so it was affirmed. There's been many lawsuits, or one big lawsuit, and of course, this one is a minor issue. I think it's very solvable. We just need a little bit more time because WRCOG is a bureaucracy in itself, as we know, and getting through that process with them took a little bit extra time. And I'm very appreciative that the city worked with us to do the tolling because I agree with the city attorney that litigation does not help in this case. We have a development agreement. We have a specific plan. We have a tentative map. It's approved. It's been decided by, not to everybody's liking, I agree. I mean, people are always going to be against a project like this, but this is not a high-density project. This is a project that has been decided several different times in several different ways. So we're just anxious to kind of end this issue with Calamasa so we can move on with the final annexation of the project and move on actually seeing it being developed.
Thank you for your comment. Thank you for your comment.
So we have a motion.
We have a motion and a second, correct?
Yes, motion by Knight, second by Lotta to approve the amendment number 3 to the tolling agreement. Take a roll call. Councilmember Orozco?
Aye.
Councilmember Knight?
Yes.
Mayor Lara?
Aye.
Okay, so we have to bring Councilmember White back in.
Got him out there in the cold.
Do we have to?
Really?
Really?
I'm asking when you're going.
Is that your vote?
Okay. The award.
It was Rocky.
I'm sorry. Are we ready?
Yes.
The award of contract for professional recruitment services. I would like to hear that item tonight. I'll go quickly. On December 1st, City Council approved the draft RFP for professional recruitment services to be advertised. The RFP was sent to several firms, I believe 5 or 6 firms to be exact. We posted it on the city's website, and we also used the city's Notify Me system. During the RFP period, all questions were required to be submitted in writing. There were no other forms of communication related to this proposal between the city and each of the interested firms. On December 18th, the City of Beaumont received proposals from 5 firms. They are attached in the staff report. Those 5 firms were Avery Associates, Bob Murray and Associates, Novak Consulting Group, Ralph Anderson, and finally Waters and Company. All firms that submitted proposals met the minimum qualifying criteria. On January 14th, an RFP review committee of 3 individuals, myself, the mayor, and the mayor pro tem, met with each of the 5 firms. It was the consensus of the committee after the interviews and individual review of the proposals that Avery Associates is the most responsive bidder. The fiscal impact is, upon approval, the selected firm will enter into a contract with the city for professional recruitment services. Avery Associates' bid amount is $25,900. The recommendation is to approve the contract for professional recruitment services and award to Avery Associates with the city attorney and mayor to finalize the contract with possible immaterial changes.
Okay, do we have any speakers for item 4E?
None, Mayor.
Okay, so we will...
No speakers?
We have no speakers.
Close it.
Close it. Open and close at the same time.
We'll open and close public comment at 10:20. Does council have any questions on that?
I have questions for my colleagues. So it was Councilman, distinguished honorable mayor and distinguished honorable pro tem mayor. You guys had the opportunity to go through these and interview them, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I just have a couple questions for you because, like I would, drilling staff was here. You guys are the ones that went through it.
Would you like me to make a comment as to why we picked that firm first?
Well,
and that may answer some of your
yeah,
questions.
and that's why I was going to go with my question. So before any motion is made, I would hope that you guys can give a comment on why you chose them, and then if I have any questions, I would like to follow up and ask you questions on why you chose them.
Sure. We got some really good response, in my opinion. We had 5 firms. 2 of them were out of state. One of them was in Texas. One of them, I forget where she was.
New York, I think, wasn't it?
Midwest somewhere. I don't know. There was,
Midwest.
yeah, there were, and they were both really good. The Texas firm had a very unique selection process that I really liked. But after interviewing the 5 of them, we decided that we could discount those 2 because we really wanted someone who really showed that they knew the California market as far as city manager candidates go. And so that left us with 3 other firms.
What were those firms?
Avery, Bob Murray, and what was the other one?
Ralph Anderson.
Ralph Anderson. Ralph Anderson made a great presentation. We were really excited about that. The appearance that we received was that they're a very solid firm, but they put a very inexperienced representative on our project.
Which one is that?
This was Ralph Anderson. And I like the guy. He was former police chief. He's only been doing this type of work for a couple of years. But we just thought that that was sending a message to us that it wasn't important enough to put a big gun on ours. And that left me down to Bob Murray and to Avery. And I sort of got Bob Murray is very well known around here. They found the Banning city manager and a lot of activity in this area. But Avery also had a really strong background in California. And again, I think it came down for me to the individual that we were meeting with, and I wondered and was concerned that because of how active Bob Murray was, that we might just get their list of runner-ups to all the other cities in the area. And that was just a feeling I had, and Mr. Avery, who is the principal for Avery, is going to be our representative. And he really was, in my opinion, just knocked it out of the park and said all the right things and made some comments about how our process should move forward, keeping transparency and at the same time protecting the privacy of candidates who don't make it to the final list. But once we have come down to 1 or 2 or 3 candidates as finalists, he recommended that we we work with the community through some kind of process to get through a stakeholders community to bring them to the community so the community can weigh in on it before we decide between the 2 or 3 candidates. So he came away as my favorite after we had the conversation.
Does that answer your questions, or?
I wanted to hear from you as well.
Okay. Well, try not to repeat too much of what Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem White had indicated, but the 2 companies that were out of state did not have a feel for the California market. When going through the RFPs, before we had the interviews, Ralph Anderson was one of my top seats. Behind them was Avery, and then behind them was Bob Murray and Associates. After meeting with the representative from Ralph Anderson, didn't feel that the person that they were going to assign to that position was experienced enough with recruiting city managers. Bob Murray, I had the same concerns that Mayor Pro Tem White had with the number of recruitments they've done in the area, that we would just get a run-through of prior candidates. But Avery and Associates, having Mr. Avery be our primary contact, with the way that he laid out the way that we would involve the community, was important to me. And therefore, after the interviews, they were my top selection.
May I, did you guys keep a shared questions, or are you guys just
No, we just asked the questions that came to mind after their presentation, and then responses to our questions, and we didn't rank them. We just discussed afterwards.
Question here, but I lost my paper. I don't know where I did with it, but it was in relation to, I know I wasn't there to evaluate, but I was going to do my part here, and I appreciate your guys' time and dedication to this, and I thank you for that. I'm sure the interviews were, going through all the interviews was hectic in terms of your scheduling and stuff, so I appreciate that. Thank you to the both of you. I would figure it'd probably come down to Bob Murray and Avery, and I kind of share some of the same concerns as well, in terms of, they do a good job at this. Yep. At the same time, where are we on the totem pole to their priority list? And I've seen both sides where they've put a candidate or applicants to the right location, but at the same time, when it's not the priority, they kind of stack they don't personalize it to the city. They usually stack, the top 2 that they know that they're going to literally probably go with, most likely, and then put somebody there that they automatically know they're not going to go with. And I've seen that firsthand with some other cities. For me, I'm sure you guys know that I do my homework, and I went through both Bob Murray's and Avery's references, and I called some of these references, and went through Bob Murray, and I know most of them, and I called them up and talked to some of the staff members and council members, what their status, 1 through 10, how are you satisfied with the process, and what are some hiccups and what you didn't like. And I know for me, Avery came on top, and one particular city, small city, just similar to us, a little smaller than us. I think they're about close to 15,000 population, and a little smaller than that, Farmville. And I don't know if you guys know that. It's in the valley, Central Valley. And because I consider us a small city, and want to make sure that fits with Avery and Associates, and want to make sure that either of these applicants or who we consider, service our needs. And sometimes we're not going to get the heavy hitter that's expecting 180,000, 190,000 salary, but put the right fit. And from my contacts that I've spoken to at these cities, all of them say, you know what, we're happy. One just, Farmville, they just hired somebody last month in terms of, they happen to be from Hemet here. So, I mean, stuff like that, I think it's important. So, you know, I do support your guys' recommendation, and so.
Thank you. Councilmember Knight, any questions?
No, I just want to thank you. Well done. You guys worked well together. I move to approve the contract for professional recruitment services and award to Avery and Associates with the city attorney and mayor to finalize the contract with possible immaterial changes.
I'll second that.
Motion by Knight and a second by White.
We already did.
Aye.
Councilmember Roscoe? Aye. Councilmember Knight?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Lara?
Aye. This brings us to item 4F.
And we do need to hear this item tonight. Carrie, are you ready?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'll be brief. What you have before you is a couple documents. First is a request for recognition from the Police Officers Association, recognizing into their unit the classification of police sergeants, if you will. Per their attorney, and our city attorney has reviewed and concurred. They've submitted all the necessary documents. The Beaumont Police Officers Association only represents the police officers and the police corporals at this time. However, the police sergeants, who've been previously unrepresented and represented as individuals, have the right to join a different group if they so choose. So they did that. They took votes. They have minutes from their meetings. All the documentation was submitted to a third-party neutral, which was agreed upon by the city and the POA. Previous third-party neutral that we've used in the past. He approved all the documents. Everything appears to be pretty clear-cut. So it's a petition requesting authorization for you to recognize the police sergeant's classification as members of the Beaumont Police Officers Association. I'll entertain any questions.
Do we have any?
Two speakers.
Two speakers. I'll go ahead
first.
and open public comment at 10:36.
First speaker, Dr. Della Condon.
Thank you. I know everybody's tired, and you probably heard enough from me tonight, but this is something I really felt I needed to comment on. And please don't construe this to our gentleman in, he's either dark, is it dark blue or black? It's dark blue. Our gentleman in dark blue. As you know, I was provost at Ben Clark Training Center for 2 years, and these guys are, I'm their advocate. I heard a word tonight called optics that Councilmember Knight used, and that is really important. I understand the process that a unit goes through to be recognized for bargaining, and I understand the concept of community of interest, but I have a concern that we have people who are going to be supervising their fellow employees, and they're in the same bargaining unit. So the guys that they're going to be disciplining perhaps at some time are the guys that are going to bargain their wages for them. And I'm just concerned about how that could look as a potential conflict of interest if a lawsuit is entered into saying that there was not proper supervision. There is a concept I won't mention publicly because it's the kind of thing that's for closed session, but it has it's a solution that I think would make the sergeants very happy, and also it wouldn't create that inherent conflict of interest of having management in the same unit with the rank and file. So that's just something for you to consider, and even if you pass this tonight, you could still go back and implement the other, what I think is an innovative solution. But I also think, regardless of the lawyers passing on this, I still think it's going to have the look of a potential conflict of interest of supervisors being in the same unit as those they supervise that bargain for them. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment.
Second speaker, Victor Dominion.
Good evening, Mayor. This is always a touchy situation, especially when you talk about law enforcement. We definitely appreciate the services that they provide for our community. But at the same time, we must look at that there's upper management and there's the workers on the streets every day. Now, in order for you to really take a good grasp at this, you have to understand that this particular police department has had problems. There's no denying that. You're in closed session. We've dealt with some of the lawsuits that we paid out. One of the biggest ones is the Hernandez case. No sense in going back and kicking up old dirt, but just to understand that upper management at one time presented to a council, not this council except for the exception of Mrs. Knight, that everything was fine, that there was no problems, but the lawsuits stacked up and stacked up on the abuse from the citizens, from the police, and from the abuse from line workers to upper management. The Beaumont Police Officers Association appeared before a council several years ago, looking and seeking guidance and help, which they didn't get nothing of. So, I'm reminding you these small facts, so that way when you look at this objectively, you can understand that there is a line that has to be drawn between upper management and line worker. And upper management is going to say one thing, but then again you had SEIU here at the last council meeting trying to give you a wake-up call as best as she can as a collective bargaining unit. You have to take those in consideration as well. You also got to take in consideration that the old management, you know, at one time looked at this, sat right there and looked at council and says, oh, we don't have any particular problems in Beaumont. That's why we're not going to use any outside agencies for any help. Well, a new time came around, and guess what? These new agencies that come into the city are being praised by the new upper management, not Chief Coase. So who was right and who was wrong? Point being is, upper management can justify their actions to you to why they should be this or why things should be that. But we have to recognize the facts, and we have to understand that who advocates for the people on the streets. It's not like, you know, Joe Blows and walk up here with his hat backwards and his shorts sagging and necklace go down and say, hey, I was, you know, they don't do that. We have to look at the telltale signs that are given to us by SEIU, by the Police Officers Association, to really get a full grasp of this. So point being, I hope you can actually see that I think, just through the history of this department, having the sergeants in the collective bargaining unit gives them more feel-good, or more something to stand on as they project their thoughts to upper management. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Mayor, I have questions.
Councilmember Roscoe.
For the city attorney.
Oh, you want to go to the city attorney first? Maybe he'll clarify or answer my questions. Did you have a comment?
No.
Oh, okay. So you're going to be a timer on this discussion?
30 minutes, Ashley.
Do you want to close public speaking?
We'll go ahead. Is that all the speakers we have?
Yes.
We'll go ahead and close public comment at call 10:40.
Okay. Now, the question. This has been discussed. Can you explain to us the process as because you're our HR analyst, right?
Yes.
Or HR director.
Director.
Excuse me. Make sure I get that title correct. Our HR director. Can you help explain to us our leveling of management and how that works if there is a complaint from, or who would supervise? Does the sergeant supervise the
Correct.
the officers? There
There is a sergeant assigned to a team, so he will have 3 to 4 officers assigned to him at any given time. So yes, that sergeant is primarily responsible for the discipline of his shift or anybody he supervises throughout that shift. Correct.
Okay. And then what happens if, from your experience here, through our history, what's the process if an officer has an issue with their commanding officer, which is a sergeant? What's the protocol then?
Well, the officers have an interesting thing called POBAR rights, so they have different rights than the rest of the unit. They do, we believe in progressive discipline, so usually we progress, letter of counseling, written letter of counseling, letter of reprimand, all the way up to internal affairs investigations. And then we also have a very laid out, detailed process in regards to Skelly rights and arbitration, which is also being addressed in the new MOU contracts. And the concern, I respect her opinion because we did discuss that, legal and I, as well as the city manager, we discussed that. Is this a good idea? This is, years ago, we rewind, that's why the sergeants pulled out and went separate. But now they're kind of in this classification where they're individuals and they don't truly have representation. The city's given them LSP coverage as an interim, but what they're seeing that these police unions can offer is it's a much better, they have better coverage in their opinion. And it's interesting in the law enforcement realm, there are many agencies where police and supervisors are in the same unit. It's not like the rest of the world where management and line staff are separate. Law enforcement is together in a lot of them. Whether it's PORAC or these different police unions, a lot of them, they are together.
Which in particular?
Which agencies?
Yeah.
I know Indio's all together. A lot of the desert cities that I'm familiar with, a lot of, now not upper management, not your commanders, your lieutenants, but your sergeants. They're in the same unions.
Now, the process is a little different. Can you explain to, I'm kind of going off of our previous, I understand it's still in our contract. So if, let's say, a officer had a complaint, I know before it was our assistant city manager that they would have to go to
yes.
for the complaint, right?
Depending on, there was a couple different processes that changed over the years. If the commander administered the discipline, then it went to the chief. And then above and beyond that, yes, it came across the street to the assistant city manager and or the city manager if necessary.
That's part of the Skelly.
Correct.
Part of the Skelly process.
And then we went to arbitration, which we found was very costly and things like that.
Now, I don't know if we can discuss this, but how many incidents did we occur because of that process? I mean, what's the...
I think that's beyond the scope of this item.
Well, I think what I'm going to, maybe you can help to this direction, is my concern is that, does this open us up for liability from the past or the direction? Because I want to make sure that my colleagues have the full picture of what might be the possibilities of us approving this and what problems we may occur legally on having to go through, cases that we've solved in the past to not approving this. And, so that's my angle on this. This is where I want to kind of go, because I know for me, my experience is when you tend to mix that, you see more issues and more problems in terms of, okay, you have your commanding officer and the officer, those particular complaints, it starts to cause tension among the POA. And I know that our POA and our officers here in Beaumont, the great job that they do, we just don't have that many. We don't have that many officers, we don't have that many sergeants, so it may be in their best interest mentally to say, okay, strategy-wise, we should get together because we make more of a unit. At the same time, past experiences, you kind of see there are tensions there. From my personal experience that I've seen and witnessed, and I know council probably has seen some of those problems arise. I mean, can you help us? Can you help the council to explain what are the cost benefits? I mean, what are we looking at in terms of the likelihood of, foreseeing some problems in this area?
Okay, so what I think you're getting at is whether there's a grievance process, so that if the rank and file officers have a grievance or a complaint or a concern, that there's somebody that they can go to above and beyond the sergeant that may be over their shift. And I think Carrie can address what that grievance process is.
And was it effective prior to what we're going to now, and will that affect it? That's where I'm kind of going to.
Yeah, I don't think it will, but you can maybe explain the grievance process.
I know the as proposed that was already approved in the MOU you ratified with the POA. It's a much more streamlined process. It's going to save the city a considerable amount of money, I know that. We've streamlined it considerably and reduced some of the steps and agreed on arbitrators that aren't going to be so costly, a little bit more centrally located and that sort of thing. It's an agreement that was reached with the POA attorneys in the city. So comparing it to the past.
So do they, when they approached you, do they recognize the possible
Definitely, yes.
situation? How did they address that?
Their attorneys don't seem concerned. They will appoint 2 attorneys, one to represent the officer and one to represent the sergeant.
At their cost?
Correct. Not at ours. Well, if anything, the city saves money because now they'll be paying union dues to the union.
And not LSP.
And the city won't be paying LSP for
Yeah.
on behalf of the sergeants. I mean, it's $200 a year, but it's
And how many sergeants do we currently have?
we have 8.
8.
Mayor, may I ask a question?
Mayor Pro Tem White?
And I don't know if this would be better answered by you or Commander Fagan back there. But I guess you had mentioned this in your comments that it was different up until '08, correct? It looks, well, you don't need to get the exact
I don't know
date.
what you exactly
But at one
mean,
point,
it has changed.
it was this way at one point?
Oh, I'm sorry, the sergeants not being part of the POA?
No, the sergeants being part of the POA.
It's gone back.
It's gone back and forth over my...
I'd like to get a sort of some input maybe from Commander Fagan, if that's appropriate, as to why they were split last time. What?
I think Commander Fagan was a sergeant at one point.
Oh, perfect. Perfect.
So years ago, we were in the same bargaining unit, and typically that's all it's for. It's for our negotiations with the city. But you do have discipline issues that you can arise through this, and they will represent both. So I've worked in both, in the same union as the officers, as a sergeant, and then at one point a decision was made, and they kicked the sergeants out years past. Which it just that was odd to me as well, because I was represented by the same unit, same lawyers, but we didn't have representation at that time. Totally different set of attorneys at that time. So, but then I saw the benefit of both. But every city is different. In Corona, their management staff, commanders, captains are in the same as the POA as well too. So,
And again, let me ask you a question that, again, if it's not appropriate for you to answer, but if you were a sergeant, would this be a benefit? Would this new arrangement be better than what we had last year?
I'm not comfortable with answering that.
Okay.
I mean, based on what the decision for them to bring this forward, that's in what they believe is in their best interest.
Okay.
I would have to support what they want.
So Government Code Section 3507.1C provides that a public employer shall grant exclusive or majority recognition to an employee organization based on authorization cards showing that a majority of the employees in the bargaining unit desire representation. And so they've expressed their desire to be represented by this unit. Okay. And under the government code, it's our obligation to recognize that that's who they've selected to represent them in negotiations.
Okay. Do you have a comment?
No. Excuse me.
I just have a couple comments. Carrie? You referenced the same process we use as the Skelly process.
Correct.
In my opinion, based on my experience, the Skelly process is really successful depending on the manager. I don't think depending on who's in what union. I think it's the manager and the support that the manager gets, and whether they're successful in turning that employee around. So the Skelly process does not change. Does it become more streamlined? It does become more streamlined, so that's important.
Yes.
So communication is improved in that regard.
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
One quick follow-up question.
Quick question.
Was it difficult for the union president for POA to come and speak on this item, or did you feel that it wasn't necessary?
I don't believe they felt it was necessary.
Okay. Thank you.
Mayor, I'd like to move that we extend recognition in writing to the Beaumont Police Officers Association.
I'll second that item.
As the exclusive collective bargaining representative of the police sergeants employed by the city, and begin the preliminary discussions with the BPOA president.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second.
I'll second that.
A motion by White, second by Roscoe to extend in writing to approve. Roll call, Councilmember Roscoe.
Aye.
Councilmember Knight.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White.
Yes.
Mayor Lara.
Aye. Motion carries. That brings us to item number 5, City Manager Report.
The sales tax update is in your packet for third quarter. We're up approximately 7% quarter to quarter in sales tax. That's really good news. Calendar, the community outlook, I just want to remind council and the public, the community outlook that we put in every packet has our closure dates in there for the different holidays. We used to list it on the agenda, and we don't do that anymore in the interest of space. I was going to read future agenda items, but now that we're having the split meeting, I'll forego that. That's all I have.
Thank you.
Mayor, may I?
Oh, I'm sorry, one more thing. We hired a new officer today. Christopher Cruz started today. Fine gentleman, comes to us as a lateral from the city of San Bernardino. And I spent some time with him and interim chief police, who is not feeling well and has been ill for quite a while now. So I told him to go home. I'm excited because this is the first of many that we hope to fill some vacancies over at the police department.
Right. Thank you. Councilmember Rose got a question?
Yeah, I don't know if do we have somebody to speak on this item before I raise my...
Not for manager.
Which item?
City Manager's Report?
5.
You want one? No, I have one for 6. But we can put you on if you like.
I just want to ask a question.
All right. Would you like to open it, Mayor?
We'll open public comment at 10:50.
Judy Bingham, 115 Minnesota. I was just wanted to ask if the third quarter, during that third quarter, had we already stopped the illegal use of the sales tax?
Do you want me to answer that?
Sure.
The third quarter is July, August, September, so this would be...
Second.
So it was stopped in the second quarter?
This report is July, August, September of 2015. I'm sorry, 2014.
Oh.
No, we're comparing 14 to 15.
Slate.
Sorry.
It's all right.
So what's the answer? I didn't...
So this is...
I'm assuming that the speaker is referring to the Board of Equalization
Yes.
sales tax resellers permit,
Right.
which was stopped June 4th.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Do we have any other speakers on that item?
No, Mayor.
Having no other speakers, we'll close public comment at 10:53.
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I had spoken before about bringing to the city manager proposed an agenda item, an ordinance, and discussing maybe allowing our agendas to be placed more in advance for the public and for the council to view. And I don't know if I got consensus from the council last time, but at this point, would I be able to suggest to put something on the agenda, or should I bring that,
You can always make a motion, and the council can take action on placing an item on a future agenda. Even though that's not on the agenda, you have the ability to make a motion, and the council can vote to put an item on a future agenda.
I would like to work with the city manager in discussing about an ordinance to bring up some ideas on how we can place the agenda sooner, and not too soon, but just a little more time for the community and for council to review.
Can I ask a question here?
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before we go any further, I want to ask our city manager, what kind of pressure is that going to put on staff? Because there's a huge amount of work behind the scenes that I think that a lot of people don't realize.
The deadline right now for posting the agenda under the government code is 72 hours. If council chooses, and I'd have to ask the city attorney if we do it by ordinance or resolution, or we would be changing the government code, or...
Well, you can adopt a policy, and typically when cities adopt a policy, they have a cutoff date for items to be submitted to staff, to the city manager, for inclusion on the next council agenda. So, for example, if the council wanted to have a deadline by which the agenda is published, let's say a week ahead of time, then there'd be probably a deadline maybe a week before that, the items had to be submitted to the city manager.
And we already have that policy in place. However, not having a full-time deputy city clerk, which, by the way, Ashley was appointed as of last Friday, not having a full-time deputy city clerk, it was falling on my shoulders to get it done. Ashley and I did meet on moving that deadline to Thursday and pushing the department head deadline back a couple days, but inevitably things come up. There's a lot of balls in the air. Inevitably, things come up Thursday afternoon, Friday morning, which ends up on the agenda for Tuesday. So it is something that we're very aware of. We can certainly bring a policy or an ordinance or
that's why I would like
council for discussion. But it's truly an operations policy.
May I make a comment and weigh in here?
Sure.
I think we have been moving towards more than 2 meetings a month, and I think until we get everything under control, I like that approach. And I think that even if I were to get the agenda on Wednesday or Thursday instead of Friday, I'm not going to get to it until Sunday myself. So I'm comfortable with the way we're getting now. I don't know that there's a value in making it harder to get agenda items on in time, because if we are working with a meeting like we are next week, so would we be limited from being able to call a special meeting within a week?
If the deadline was changed, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm comfortable with it. It works out perfectly for me the way it is, and it gives us the flexibility to make last-minute additions and changes, or last-minute within reason. Don't you have this finalized by Wednesday usually? Tuesday, Wednesday?
Actually, the schedule is, we're already talking about February 2nd agenda. We already have a draft agenda for February 2nd, but again, things are very fluid in the city, in the office, and things change, and John and I talk almost daily about different items, so the preparation is happening, but
I think with our overloaded meetings that we have now and the frequency of them, that maybe this is something we can look at 6 months down the line.
I already have February 2nd's agenda in draft form, but again, it's very fluid.
Okay. So that's just where I weigh in on it.
Mayor, I understand where Councilman White's coming from. He's just one of 42,000 people in the community that look at the agenda, do their homework, study, and I'm speaking for not just one person, but I'm speaking for the community, where we've ran into, I know for myself, an opportunity to do my diligence and talk with staff and stuff. I just don't want a reoccurrence. I'm trying to compromise here. The way I do business on the dais, the people's business, and I know the concern is out there too as well, where items are placed up there last minute, like the acting city manager has suggested, because it's fluent. But at the same time, we have to give due diligence not just to our council members up here, because we're only 4 up here right now, and be 5 soon. But there are 42,000 people in this community.
So you have a motion?
I think you made the motion.
Yeah. Yes. So we have a second on that? There's no second. Motion does not carry. Next up is item 7, City Attorney Report. I'm sorry.
City Clerk.
I'm sorry, City Clerk Report.
Mayor, I have no report tonight, but I do have 2 speakers that would like to speak.
Okay. I'll open public comment at 11 o'clock.
First speaker on Judy Bingham.
Judy Bingham, 115 Minnesota. At a minimum, I would like the bank statements and the general ledger for November and December, and it won't be long before I'll be asking for the January statements, which should be out January 5th. This is worse than before. That's all I've got to say. It's worse.
Thank you for your comment.
Next speaker, Victor Dominguez.
Mayor, Council, the biggest concern I have right now with the public information is I haven't received any word back from the public information request that I did for the audio and video for the security surveillance cameras within City Hall. I talked to the IT guy the last time I was here. He says they back up for about 2 years. So I feel safe that the stuff is there. Just retrieving it seems to be like pulling teeth. Because it's going to be an active request that I do is to get the surveillance cameras here and the audio in the hallways and in room 5. Last time I spoke to you, Julio was going to look into it. And then I suggested that we put numbers for the public, so that way I can specify which camera location that I need on the public information sheet versus just describing the area. Because describing the area, you can get a misconception of what the transcriber who's going to pull the data is looking for versus what I'm actually looking for. But if you put a camera number to that and a time frame, then there's no discrepancy on what the person who is looking for the information wants. So, and it's been a policy, or at least it's been good-natured, that this council tries to get back with the person who speaks on an issue at the next council meeting. That didn't happen. So once again, I stand here before you to try to figure out, A, what's going on with my information request, B, has anything been implemented on trying to get the information to the public? Because you have to understand one fundamental thing. You work for the taxpayers. Everything you see belongs to the taxpayers. It is not your information. You're just stewards of information. I'm willing to pay the fees for that information. I put my request in. I was specific. At council, I put it to your ears once again. How long is it going to take for me to get my audio and my video of the surveillance cameras that I want? That's the question I have to you as council and you as mayor, to the city attorney, city manager, and to Julio, the city clerk, and to the city treasurer. So that way it doesn't fall on no deaf ears. Everybody understands what page that we're on. And as far as the getting more information out to the public, let's put it this way. The city has failed in the past. You have to do better. Just like in sports, if you lose a game, you have to come back and do better. Don't think of it as a negative. Think of it as a positive. To provide more public information to the public is a good thing. It really is. That's why we're all here. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
No further speakers.
I will close public comment at 11:03. Okay, now we're up to item 7, City Attorney Report.
The council had requested that we include under the city attorney report a list of all pending litigation that the city is involved in, and so that is in the packet at 7A. I'd suggest that the city attorney report not be on the special council meeting agenda, because we can report at the regular meeting.
I agree.
So,
thank you. That brings us to item 8, consent calendar. Do we have, any public comment on consent calendar items?
We have one for 8G.
Okay, we'll go ahead and, G?
You don't have to pull it, we can just hear it.
I'll pull that one.
We'll have to pull it.
Yeah.
Just listen.
Any other item?
No, just I'd like to make a motion.
Councilmember Roscoe?
Do we have to listen to, point of clarification, can we just approve them and we have to wait for public comment?
I think we could just pull...
I think it sounded like the mayor pulled item G, and there can be a motion to approve the remaining items.
Okay. I'll make the motion to approve A through F.
I'll second.
A motion by Roscoe and a second by Knight to approve consent calendar A through F. Roll call. Councilmember Roscoe?
Aye.
Councilmember Knight?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Lotta?
Aye. Okay, I'll open public comment for item G at 11:05.
Judy Bingham?
Judy Bingham, 115 Minnesota. At the Beaumont Cherry Valley Water District meeting, they are planning based on developer-identified timelines, and I think Mayor Pro Tem White alluded to this, 927 EDUs up through the year 2020, and then they're moving on to Banning and Calamasa. So my question is, on this exoneration of the bond, they show a map, but who is working on verifying the payroll? And I'm still concerned about where the product is. So that's my question.
Thank you for your comment.
No further speakers.
No further speakers. I'll go ahead and close comment, or public comment at 11:08.
Here.
Council have any question, or?
If there's no discussion, I would like to make a motion to approve item G.
I'll second.
Okay, a motion by Roscoe, second by Knight to approve item G. Roll call. Councilmember Roscoe?
Aye.
Councilmember Knight?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem White?
Yes.
Mayor Lotta?
Aye. That concludes the agenda items. Meeting adjourned.